T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now and then.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Some are
river. A little river of rocks. Maybe just a little tree. Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Yep, that was Listen to the Music by the Doobie Brothers. I guess DJing is going to be my next career. All right, GD. I know you want to get into it, man. I know you want to get into it. I always kind of take a little bit of time in the mornings to kind of get settled in. We're gonna dive right into these numbers, man. I know you want to get into them. I do too. I really do too. Casey in the Sunshine Band. Doghead's got it. He knows what's down. Possibly Pebbles. Possibly Joe. You guys are asking is, yep, I got the coffee. Coffee's going. We're going to kick today in the nuts. Kick it in the nuts. That sweet, delicious coffee. Zen, guys. Find your zen. Whether it's up or down, you're going to be okay with it. Whether it's up or down, you're going to be okay with it. Oh, yeah. Cleaning these glasses here. I hear you, Legendary. I hear you, man. 7 hours, huh? All right, I'm getting there. I'm cleaning these glasses. We'll take a look. The unfortunate thing is that sometimes Ortex data doesn't really update until about like 6:20. It's not. It. I think it technically isn't updating until like 6:30, but sometimes you get lucky and it updates at like 6:20 my time, which is like 12 more minutes from now. But we'll see. Sometimes it updates early. Sometimes I read you guys the data and then I realize later that I went into it too early and that the data that I was reading was the previous day's data, and then we have to go back to it if I start too fast here. So everything for a reason, right? There's everything for a reason. All right, guys. All right. Settle down. Find your zen. Wait. I gotta fix something real quick here. Video camera's got some feedback here. What's going on? What is this? What is this junk? What is this? That kind of looks okay. All right. Let's get into it. I'm gonna take down the numbers from last night. I updated those before I went to bed. So 1.22 million shares having been, so 1.35 million shares was how many was showing at the end of the day yesterday when we finished out the day, but the total amount of borrowed change in shares was 1.22 million shares having been borrowed at 100% utilization. Doesn't that make you laugh, guys? It's got to make you laugh a little. So absurd. And then we watched them borrow 215 million shares. I'm changing over some of my numbers here. Alrighty, let's go take a look at everything. Let's start it. I gotta log into Fidelity. The anticipation is killing, driving you nuts. Let me read my two-factor authentication out loud to you guys. All right, logged into Fidelity. Take it over to a certain page here, and taking you guys over to the other page. Starting at the top left-hand side. You guys are like, no! All right, who got price points for the day? Let's see. I had 15 to 18. Unfortunately, I never heard from Eric, and Joe didn't put in a price prediction yesterday, so I'm just going to have to stick with whatever prices that they had from yesterday or the previous day, and so no points awarded to either because those were too low. I had 15 to 18. Monty had 12.5 to 15.5. We missed across the board. Missed gets the tally mark. And I'm still, host of the show, and I'm still at 0 on 3 days in. This is not good. All right, let's see here. What do we got going on? Let's refresh Stonko Tracker and figure out what we got for short exempt volume. 119.5. All right, here we go. Utilization. Updating Ortex. I think it's going to go back down. It says that it's still at 100. Let's see if that's today's numbers or if that, yep, it is. 2 days in a row. All right, I expected to see it go back down, honestly. I really did. But still at 100%. Interesting. I'm gonna have to update this a little bit later, but I mean, all the data looks like it's updated. So I think that's it. It's legit. It's sitting at 100%. 2 days in a row. All that data is updated. Day over day price increase. We got 2 days in a row of over 5%. We had 15.28%. That puts us in a yellow zone for that indicator. Do you guys feel it starting to heat up? I don't think I don't think since I've been tracking this that we've ever had 2 indicators flagging out of 3. The only thing we're missing is short exempt volume. One more day of to be honest with you guys, we had 10% yesterday, or sorry, 10% 2 days ago, 15.28%. If we finish anything green at all, and I will turn that to a 3 out of 3, because all it has to have is a 5% or greater increase over 3 days. I mean, we're already at 25%, right? Like, that's well over 15. Well over 15. So anything green today, and I will turn that green for tomorrow. That'll be 2 indicators out of the 3. The only thing that we'd be missing is that short exempt volume. I did update last night, guys. I cheated a little bit. I wanted to take a look at the off exchange, and I updated at the very end of the day, close to maybe like 10:30 at night or almost 11. Let's update it again and see if it changes any. Yeah. Okay, so we ended the day with 49.61% in the off exchange, which is actually less than what we're used to seeing. When our 30-day average was 51.74. So that puts us like, 2%, a little more than 2% down from what we're used to seeing in the off exchange. So what I'm going to say is this about that. They have the capacity to do more. We've seen them do plenty more in the off exchange. Price discovery being hidden. So they're letting this run. They're letting this run right now. Because if they weren't, then that number would be a lot higher. However, the ETFs are still being suppressed in price. As you can see with the CBOE, EDGX was at 13.36, which is about almost a little more than 0.5% higher than the 30-day average. So a little bit of mixed messages going on there. Seems like the ETFs are still a huge battle going on. A lot of price discovery being hidden there. Moving down to Ortex. We do have, like I said earlier, we have that utilization at 100%. Estimated current short share interest of the free float at 21.39%. And we'll take a look at that here on Ortex here in just a minute. Moving to the top right hand side of the screen, institutional share ownership. 170. We had a record yesterday, 174.28 million. Let's refresh that and see where we're at. This thing is proving me like all kinds of wrong right now. All right, I'm okay with it though. Institutional share ownership is at 174.758, a new high, record high. After having been set yesterday, it increases another 500,000 shares day over day. So new record set, 210. Moving down to max pain. Let's see, Monday was 18, Tuesday was 17, and Wednesday was 17. I'm gonna go. I think it stays at 17. One more day. I don't know. I kind of want to say 18, but 17. Let's go for it. 17. Oh, okay. 1750. I didn't even know it could go half in integers like that. Max pain showing up at 1750. I'm going to show you guys the chart for this. It's a little interesting looking. There's a lot. I mean, there is a lot of activity up and down the chain in volume. A lot of activity. It's really kind of an interesting looking chart. All right, to the options. Our lottery ticket winners at $60 strike price. Yesterday there was 6.4 thousand contracts. There's now 9.5. Big spike there compared to what we've been seeing. Highest amount of open interest right now is at a $20 strike price. Yesterday there was 18,000 contracts. Today there is, call options actually reduced. There's only 15 now, 15.3. So it looks like people closed out some of their positions there on the calls. Open interest for the puts, highest price or highest amount of volume currently at 18, which is up $1. Yesterday it was 17. At 17 yesterday there was 18.5 thousand contracts. At 18 there's 17.2 thousand contracts. Taking you guys over to the other screen. There's our utilization. Still at 100%. I fully expected that to come back down to about 80. And I'll show you why. The security lending, the big spike that we saw, it was for a single day. The security lending went right back down to normal levels after that lending. So I guess what that tells me is that so I don't know much about security lending. I'm kind of learning about this as we go here, and I'm not really sure what to expect. So I'm learning about this as we go. So I figured that when the security lending disappeared, that utilization would return back to normal, but my guess is that they have not returned those shares yet, because there's no way utilization would be at 100% and if those had been returned, because you just don't just shoot up suddenly from 80 something percent to 100%, 82 to 100% overnight. Not unless it came from the security lending volume here. So they obviously haven't returned those shares yet. They got to return those shares, but the the cost to borrow I don't think is going to go up until we have like utilization without the security lending volume. I don't think utilization will go back down, and I don't think cost to borrow will go back up until, or won't start shooting up until we have um, loaning of shares not through the securities. But shares on loan did go up. Here's our utilization right here, staying at 100. Here's our on loan amount, taking a little dip day over day, and then starting to head back up again. We're kind of sawtoothing upwards. Here's your estimated short share interest of the free float, sawtoothing right with it. And then your on loan average age per day. We went from 117.25 million shares to 118.49. So 1.25 million shares were added on loan, and it did cause our on loan average age per day to slightly decrease from 71.2 to 71.02. So let's figure out why utilization is. See, this is the part that gets me. So utilization was 100% yesterday, right? Utilization 100% at 117.25 million shares on loan. Now today we have a 1.25 million shares more shares on loan, and we're still at 100% utilization. Where did we mysteriously get 1.25 million shares from if we're at 100% utilization? Got to change my numbers. 118.49. All right. I normally pull up the numbers over here and show you guys why our utilization's at what it's at, but I can't, because when it says 100%, I can't tell you how many shares there actually are available to borrow, because it's 100%. This is supposed to be all there is. I feel like this is like a way of cooking the books. You dirty dog. All right, what's next? This one. Oh, we're doing good on volume this morning, guys, compared to the rest of the market. We're not doing too bad here. We're in 8th position. Our buy to sell ratio kind of sucked from yesterday, though, guys. 55% or 55% buys to 45% sales. It is what it is, right? You know, as prices starts moving up, there will be people who exit some of their positions. You know, just not diamond hands, right? There's always going to be some of those. You have to expect that. It's if you're watching this show, it's probably not you. It's not you, it's me. But yeah, I mean, there's some diamond hands out there. You can't control that. It's not enough to make a difference, though. Moving down the list, looking for GME. Jimmy's coming out to play here. He's in 21st in volume this morning. Yesterday, the total amount of buy-sell ratio was 58-42. A little bit stronger, but still very weak. 60-40 is what I like to see at a bare minimum. Let's get the Batman. Let's get the Batman. Let's get it playing here. Get the background going. Let's see here. Last thing you got to check is Stonko Tracker. 1705 is our trigger price for SSR for the day today. How much you want to bet they try to trigger that? I can feel it in my bones. I can feel it. That's where our short exempt volume is going to come from, by the way, guys. When they trip that SSR, that short exempt volume is going to absolutely fly through the roof. Shares borrowed so far this morning, 100,000. Wait, but you said they're at 100% utilization. I know. You're telling me. Let's see how many shares that they've borrowed. 1.84 million shares so far this morning. I'm just going to put in 1.85. Close enough. $60,000 contracts, 60.3 thousand contracts are in the money on the calls. Our out of the money calls are well under 100K, which is great. I'm loving that. It is absolutely beautiful. It makes me happy. It lets me know that there are apes out there that made money, absolutely made money. That's great. I'm happy. I love it. I'm like McDonald's. I'm loving it. Out of the money puts, 78.8 thousand contracts. Look at how many puts are out compared to in the money puts. 78.8 to 12.5. 12.285. That's amazing. That's great. Oh yeah, there's the Batman car. The Nasdaq is up 2.0. Oh, these are yesterday's numbers. I'm sorry. So I'm looking at the eastern side of the globe here, and it looks like we got a little bit of mixed signals. FTSE China was down 0.07. The Shenzhen was down 0.73. Everything else was marginally up, pretty much less than 1%. So we might see a green day today in the market. IWM is down 0.05% in the pre-market. Tesla is down 0.3. Amazon is down 0.02. Cinemark is up 1.62. Doge is down 0.4. Bitcoin is up 0.79. GME is down 1.16. Hood is down 0.29. AMC is down 0.74 in the pre-market. Our inflow versus outflow was a 2 million spread with more inflow than outflow yesterday. 2 million more in inflow, and we were up 15.28%. Gotta love those numbers. Our total volume so far this morning is 72.19 thousand shares, so it's decent. It's not great, but it's decent volume. It's all right. It's actually not that great. We'll live with it. We'll see what we get. We'll see what we get on our pokey stick of volume. On the daily interval, I'm just looking at vortex indicator here and the RSI. Just these bottom numbers. Everything else is just kind of busy. Well, I don't have my busy noise up right now. There it is. See? Everything else is just busy noise. Maybe I'll take it off. I'll put the Bollinger Bands up there. Yeah, that's pretty. Vortex indicator currently showing more buying pressure than selling pressure on the daily, and it looks like we're about ready for a crossover. Could cross over in the next day or two, depending on whether or not we continue this buying pressure. RSI at 49.17. It's almost right down the middle. It's climbed up pretty quickly on that daily. I'm going to look at the weekly real quick just because I want to see what it looks like. Nice little hook on that thing. 38.17 on the weekly. All right, the hourly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI. Wait, I think it's actually it might be equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 73.4, which is definitely overbought. territory. You can see we dipped out of it here in the beginning of the morning yesterday. We might see something like that again today. Something very similar. On a 30-minute interval, we've had a crossover in the last 30 minutes with more selling pressure than buying pressure and RSI at 66.38. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 54.57. And that's it. Let's see what the AMC news is. Benzinga wants to tell us why we're going up in share price. AMC Entertainment Holdings is trading higher Wednesday after the company announced the hiring of a former PepsiCo Incorporated executive to oversee its popcorn business expansion. That's cool, man. She's coming in. Hot on the job, and the company starts roaring 15%. That's gotta make a person feel good. You know. Way to welcome in the new VP. Was it VP? I think she's a VP. Let me go back to the news. Yeah, VP of Growth Strategy. VP of Growth Strategy. Yeah, that's gotta feel good. She comes in, they announce it, stock price goes up 15.28%. It's like when you open up a Pepsi Coke. It's like she used to work for PepsiCo, and it's like what it sounds like when you open up a can of Coke. Or I said Coke, Pepsi. 15%. All right, let me come over and see what you guys are saying. Oh boy. You guys are saying a lot here. Let me go through turn the information on the camera on, and let me see what you guys are saying here. Oh, Anthony, good morning, Jamie. I didn't contact you. Trust me, I have been busy, super busy. J22 Mac. If you wanted to look at if you want to look at SNDL, I can. Just let me know if that's what you want. Okay, Otto wants me to check GME shorts. I can do that. Hold on a second. Yes, Saint Monet's dad. Well, welcome back. I know I've seen you here before. It was good, DD. True Demon. He's smart guy, man. Smart guy. All right. GME data as well. Okay, let's see. Info off. You don't need to see my ugly mug while we're doing this. And I saw SNDL as well. Somebody wanted SNDL, so I'll pull them both up. 2.48% on the estimated current short share interest of the free float for GME. They also have that 100% utilization. That looks like that. Here's their on loan amount. Here's their estimated short share interest of the free float. And here's their on loan average age per day. And while we're at it, we might as well look at security lending volume. Oh, that candle. Oh, that candle. So beautiful. Hello, precious. Good morning. Beautiful candlesticks. All right, SNDL. Otto, if there's more you wanted to see, let me know. Stop. All right. This is, eh, you know, nice utilization. I just don't see some of the same things here. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. Don't really want to comment on it, but definitely have some old loans going on here. What's price at? Dang, that's low. I'm surprised this didn't get delisted. It is so low. This 91 days is 3 months. The only thing that may be say, I know I don't normally talk on this, but the only thing that might be saving this is some of there's obviously the average age, right? The average age of the short interest is 90 days old. That's the average age, which means it could be up to 120 days or so, depending on how some of the newer loans are, what the age of the newer loans. And if you look here, there's quite a bit of new loans taken on here in this section, which is past the 90-day mark. So the only thing that might be keeping this alive is that there's a lot of short interest that's open in that November range. All right. Um, I don't know, Einstein. Um, I don't know. We do have just to let you know, today we have Ortex is flagging two different signals on the same day. We have a short squeeze type 2 and a short squeeze type 3 indicator for AMC. Recommended holding days forever until MOASS. 2 weeks. It says two. 2 week. I think that means 2 weeks. It says two right there. It must mean 2 weeks, of course. Recommended holding time, 2 weeks. It does say days at the top, but we're gonna go with 2 weeks. You're welcome, J22. All right, I'm gonna have to go back up through here and read what you guys are writing then. If because I just saw Anthony. I understand Anthony. I don't expect anybody to watch all day long, so um, I just try to provide information, on the hour, every hour. So you know when you can find the information. Let me see what you're saying here real quick. See if there's anything you need me to check real fast. I mean, they're definitely still lending shares, but it's a lot lower, right? An average day of loaning of shares for AMC in the past has been about 4.5 million, right? And over the last 2 days, we've seen that drop pretty drastically down to the two range. So yesterday was Mondays was 2 point, I think 35. Yesterday was, no, sorry, that was Tuesday. Tuesday was 2.35 million shares loaned, or borrowed, I should say. Uh, Yesterday was 2.15, and then today's so far they're at 1.85. So you can tell that there's definitely less shares to be borrowed, which obviously that's having an impact on price, right? The less shares that they can borrow, the less they can manipulate the price. I know what you're saying, legendary, but what I'm, and this whole security lending volume thing is kind of a new thing for me. I've never really incorporated it into how I view the stocks, I should say. And so since it's new for me, and I'm not really sure, but it's very apparent to me that they do not include that into the on loan amount. Because if they did, we're at 119 right now, you'd have to add 70 to that. So 100% it should be 100 and uh, at least 190 at the very least. So, and that's, based off of what, we're talking about right here, and this is something that who just came in and said it. Um, Talks of share recall because it's over. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know if that's possible, but it could be. Thank you, Tim. I gotta have my 2 weeks in. That's how I'd like to think of it too, Anthony, but we can see that there's still shares out there for them to borrow. So it's really kind of odd. It's strange. Ooh, Donald coming in with the tough questions here. Are in the money calls or out the money puts better for apes? Which has the bigger effect and why? So in the money calls or out the money puts. It depends on which way the price is going to go, right? If price goes up, in the money calls are going to be really good for apes. Out the money, if apes are buying out of the money puts, and price goes up, that would be bad. That would be really bad. If price goes down and you have in the money calls that turn it out of the money, but then you have out of the money puts that turn more. Let's see, I guess they would become in the money puts at that point. Then that would be good for you. So it depends on which side of it you're. It it really depends on price. And since obviously I don't know where price is going. I mean, I think I know where price is going, but I'm not 100% certain. It's kind of one of those things. This is Dave, to be on, Donald, to be very honest with you, on this channel, and I've expressed this many times, that back in very early December or maybe late November, I don't believe that the they who's controlling price is the same they that it used to be. I do believe that there was a change in early December to where long institutions were altering price, or I shouldn't say altering price, that they were manipulating price in a way so that was uh, most effective for them to make money. Meaning we started closing a lot really close to max pain, and then it was always closing wherever they were going to get the most amount of calls out of the money so they could just collect the premiums. And if you looked at the options chain, it was absolutely ridiculous how price was just seemingly to come in perfect so that people were losing the most amounts of money in retail. And I've been saying for a long time that retail's been being milked in the derivatives. And so my suggestion is that if you're not making money in the derivatives, get out. Get the F out. Like, it is not for you. The difference between derivatives and buying and holding shares in AMC, the difference is that when you buy and hold shares of AMC, you're the house. When you go into the derivatives, you're going to Vegas. So you ask yourself, what would you rather be? Would you rather be in your own house making money, or would you rather be in the derivatives trying to gamble? Because that's what it is. You're in their world when you go over the derivatives. You're absolutely 100% in their world, and you're risking your money. But when you buy and hold, we got this. We own this float. This is our house. We get to decide what happens. So that's my opinion, not financial advice, obviously. If I had to choose where to put my money, I would put it 100% straight into the stock and not into the derivatives. It's just a way to try and make quick money, and I think it's dangerous. And then, of course, everybody gets on me about that, and they always go like, "Yeah, but we need it to make a gamma squeeze." No, man, no, not true. Gamma squeezes will come. It'll come with or without you being in the derivatives, 100%. Because why? The market plays the derivatives. You don't have to. The market will try and make money on the derivatives. The market will cause the gamma. You don't have to do it. The market wants to make money. The market will make the gamma squeeze happen if it forms. There's other ways for squeezes to happen, and it's not through us putting our money into there. Yes, I did see, I heard about it, Crazy. Yes, I did. It should be in the institutional ownership, Anthony, yes. But the thing is that we didn't see it spike by that much, right? Um, we haven't seen it spike like a crazy amount. So most of that data is probably really old reporting. No, it does not, Kim. Has to, each one of those flags has to trip and stay tripped. They all have to indicate at the same time. I'm still gonna, oh man, I'm way behind here. I'm catching up, guys. Tano, I hear you. Good morning, WM. Yes, that is correct, Donald. Yeah, see. Yeah, okay. It's funny, Donald, because I'm so far back. I like literally talked about everything, and then now I'm just reading what it is that you're writing. So, it's just the market will cause a gamma. Like it's just I don't know. We don't have retail does not have to play that game. We don't. They want you to think that we have to play that game because that's how they make money off you. It's literally it's literally the only way that they can make money off of retail anymore, right? Because they know that we're just going in and buying and holding shares. So they're like, oh, well, let's just cause these fake little gamma squeezes to look like the price is going to go up all of a sudden, and then everybody FOMOs into options because they want to make a quick buck, and then they just tank it on you, and then you're like out, and you're like, oh crap, well, I guess I'll roll that into next week or something. It's just like, just don't play Vegas. Don't play Vegas because it's losing. It's a losing proposition. So Gary wants to know if BlackRock has a play when the squeeze is happening. If you mean in terms of like preventing the squeeze from happening, I would say no. Um, I am confident that since last June, this is just last June, guys. Since last June, there was 2.185 billion at a very minimum of institution or sorry, retail ownership in shares. And you're like, how do you come up with those numbers? The Say Technologies vote. If you use normal engineering, um, I shouldn't say engineering, normal statistical data to extrapolate the information from the 1% or 1-ish% of people who voted or not voted but did the Say Technologies and registered their shares through Say Technologies, uh, or I guess it was through Plaid, whatever. You could extrapolate the idea that there was at a very worst case scenario, 2.185 billion shares in ownership. Then you still had institutional ownership, which at the time back then was, I don't know, probably around 138 million or so. Then you add in insiders shares, and I did all that math and everything a long time ago, but this is back in June, so 6, 7, what are we talking, 8 months ago? And the total number was 2.37 billion outstanding shares at a very minimum, like the worst case scenario. Worst case scenario is 2.37 billion, right? So, and that's a lot of shares. So the idea that BlackRock's going to have a play in this when they go to sell off some of their position, that is a drop in the bucket. A drop in the bucket when you consider how many outstanding shares there are. So when you talk about covering, because there's a difference between closing and covering, when you talk about covering because of margin calls, they're going to have to recoup a lot of that, right? And it's not going to make a difference how much the institutions have. It really isn't. It won't play nearly as if there's we own so much more. So much more. And these are all numbers that I'm giving you from last June. What do you think it's going to be when we're ripping up on this thing? You know, we've got 4.1 million shareholders back in June. I did a poll on here, guys. I did a poll on here a while back, and I asked everybody a very specific question. I asked, did you vote in the Say Technologies survey? Yes or no? And then I also put one other answer there, and I did it for a reason. Didn't tell anybody why. And the third answer was I was not a share owner at the time. We had 183 people who voted on the survey, and out of those 183 people, 15% said that they were not a shareholder at the time. 15% of 183 people said that they were not a shareholder at the time. 54% said no, and 29% said yes. 15% were not a shareholder at the time out of 183 people. Now, there's going to be some margin of error in my survey, right? There's always margin of error of every survey. For example, like my mom said, I didn't understand the question. I was a shareholder then, but I didn't vote in the I don't remember what her reasoning was, but she said she was not a share she voted for I was not a shareholder at the time uh, when she should have voted no. So she voted in the wrong spot. So there's definitely going to be a margin of error. But even if it was just 10%, right? Even if it was just 10% of 183, that's 18 people. 18 people who are shareholders now that weren't there when we had 4.1 million people back in June. So that's impressive. That's impressive, guys. Because if I had to guess, we're probably closer to 5, maybe even 6 million people who are shareholders now. Maybe. I'm guesstimating. I'd probably stay on the safer side and say 5 million. Very highly likely 5 million people. It's okay, Matt. You didn't have to trust it. I completely understand. You didn't have to. There was very few people who did trust it, and it's okay. It's completely okay that you didn't trust it. We had enough turnout in the Say Technologies to be able to come up with a good estimation at a bare minimum of how many people owned shares. Well, of how many shares were owned per individual, which was really good information. Remtax says, pinch that loaf. Our good old Colin Powell Bollinger Bands. Do you anticipate a price decline over the next 2 days? I mean, I've told you this since Friday, last Friday, Salty Dog. I think so. Although I have to say on Monday I was expecting it to drop down to $9, but I was just using a percentage because I figured that they're going to try and drop it somewhere between 20 to 50%. I think 20-40% maybe. I don't know, somewhere around there, 20 to 40%. And so at the time when I said that we were at $14. Now we're sitting here at 18 and a half bucks. You drop it down by that much and it puts you closer to like 10 or 11 instead of 9. So, you know, I do think that there will be one last dip before, like a really major dip before we go up. I do. He said 125 buck, and it was simple math. All he did was he took 4.15, or sorry, 4.1 million shareholders, and he divided it by the total float. And if you understood the math and how he got to 125, then you know that all he did was he just took the entire float divided by 4.1 million and came up with a number of 125 shares per shareholder. And and so you go like, wait a minute, if that's the case, then he's basically signaling to us saying that we own the float. And I'm Buck, honestly, I can't remember if it was 125 or not. It might have been 150 or something. I don't remember what the exact number was. But when I did the math back then, it was very obvious all he did was he just took the float and divided it by 4.1. Good morning, Benjamin. If utilization was 100% yesterday and still is today, but they added another million or so, wouldn't that indicate synthetics? This David guy, he's smart. Welcome to the channel, David. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the show. We like to call it the circus, where we have little clown cars that roll around with tons and tons of shares, and they just keep coming out, and you go like, where are they coming from? I have no idea. They just keep coming out. It's funny that you said realized. That's actually. Hey, look! I found some shower. I was sitting on a. I found some. I was digging my hand down to the couch, and I found some. I found some shares over here. Look at these shares. Hey, more shares. It's like they open up the bread box. They go in the kitchen. They open the. Oh, that's where I put the extra shares. The tea tin. They forgot to look in the tea tin. Hey, we don't talk about the Fight Club book. 2 weeks. Guys, I just want to talk. I want to talk about uh, Trey's uh, D in his video. Guys, that was a joystick. Come on. It was obviously a joystick. Because, why would he have that? Come on. It's his joystick. I'm sure it's his gaming joystick. Gary, if price does go down today, guess what they're going to try and do? Oh, look at that. Trigger price. I don't even have it up on the screen there. How lame of me. Hold on a second here. Let me fix this real quick. There we go. 1705. 1705 is SSR triggering for the day. That does help with printing of naked synthetic shorts legally. So, if liquidity is a problem, you can almost bet your bottom dollar that's coming. I know it is, Matt. The dark pool got to his head. Oh man, Joe, that was funny. Oh, Einstein said irregardless. Who's gonna get him? Who's gonna get him? Einstein said it. It wasn't me. There's our 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume, guys. 44. Okay, so it looks like we were just under 100K before the pokey stick of volume arrived. 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume right at 48. Still moving. All right. Total volume on the pokey stick of the pokey stick of volume here, 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume is 50, just under 50K. So we had just under 100K in volume leading into it. So if I had to guess, if I had to give a number for volume today, I'd go with, I'm probably gonna be, I'm gonna say 30-50. I'm gonna go 30-50 in volume today. I might be on the, it might be on the low side of that 30-50, but excuse me, my body's rejecting the coffee because it's cold. Good morning, Gary. Hey, Remtac, thanks for the follow yourself. Pokey. Adam Aaron tried to give us another catalyst for number of shareholders with I own AMC NFT, but most apes didn't jump on. I know, Anthony. I was really, really surprised how many people actually collected that. It was under 1 million. It was under 1 million. Ridiculously low. Super low. And this is one of the points that I like to try to make too. You know, there's groups of people out there who are constantly like trying to figure out ways to figure out how many shares, outstanding shares there actually are. And I think that's great. I'm if that's what you want to do, if you think that's what we need to do, fine. You know, go for it. But the amount of participation that we get from uh, those kind of exercises is very low participation. Very, very low. In fact, Adam Aaron can't even give out a free NFT without participation. You know, so there's just very low participation. Out of the 4 million that we had back in June, it seems like only a quarter of us are participating, maybe. It is what it is. Guys, I'll be right back. I gotta go to the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. I'm dancing over here in my chair. Whew. Uh-oh. I forgot something. Be right back. Yeah, coffee. Good morning, Real Rugged. Oh, Joe says I own well, and in my family I own, well, I don't own two, but my wife owns one and I own one, so in the household we have two. Monty says 1375 to 1675. Got you down, Monty. Got you down. Um, Gotta love this coffee. Yeah, it would have been huge to say that, Anthony. And but Joe has an interesting point too, though. Like, a lot of people, some people own more than one NFT. Those were pretty easy to get. They were pretty easy to get, and yet only like what was it, 800,000 of them or something like that were printed as a result. Okay, Remtac, take care, man. Have a good class. Good morning, Brazil. Oh, most certainly did wash my hands. 540,000 was the total, Joe? Wow. I mean, it's just so low. You know what I'm saying? Like, so, like I was saying, if counting how many total shares are in existence is your thing, great. It's just like that fire in that factory where it's holding all the documents, the storage facility. If you want to research that, make it's your money, it's your investment, do it. But there's some things that I think are more important to spend your time on. I can tell you right now, just by looking at the average volume, the average 3 month volume compared to our free float, I can tell you that there's a lot of synthetic shares. You can make comparisons. You can make comparisons to other companies and see where we stand compared to those other companies, and gives you a great idea for how many synthetic shares are in existence. Just divide those two numbers. That's all you have to do. Average 3 month volume divided by free float. That's it. And then just go around and start comparing to other companies and see what looks to be what is quote unquote normal. Humble Ape, good morning. Yes, let us know what you learned, Remtac. Tax has no class. I heard somebody say, my son and I were listening to somebody talk the other day, and somebody said taxation without representation. And everybody was like, yeah, in the call. And I just thought it was the funniest thing. Me and my son immediately started laughing. And I thought only I would get it. It's fun when your kids start to understand some more grown-up adult things. Um, but sometimes it's funny that people just throw things out like that without really understanding what it means. And I don't know. It was a nice bonding moment with my son to know that he was laughing for the same reasons that I was, and they were intelligent reasons. Let me scroll back up to the top here and see what some of you guys were saying. Oh, it looks like I didn't miss much. Good morning, Gary. Dude, how come nobody jumped on Einstein for irregardless? Nobody. Nobody said anything. Just me. MCon, I think I personally believe, and this is not financial advice. I think you got to make your own decisions on when you're going to buy. I think that there's going to be one last very strong dip before we start moving upwards. I don't know when that's going to be. Maybe we move up to 20 or 25 before that dip comes. I have no idea. I don't know. I can't. I'll tell you what I do see. The dark pools yesterday. What did they use? Oh yeah, I was going to show you guys something. Hold on a second here. The off exchange, right? The off exchange, they only used 49.61% in the off exchange, meaning they could have suppressed the price more because we've seen them go as high as like 54% in the off exchange, and they only did 49.61. So that's got to tell you something, right? Like they're letting the price run right now to some extent. So how far are they going to let it run to? I couldn't possibly tell you. I really couldn't. If I could tell you, I would have more uh, price prediction tally marks to my name for the week. I know I won the last 2 weeks. I know I did, but I didn't. I haven't gotten a single point yet this week. I haven't gotten a single point this week, MCon. That's how bad it is. It's really, I've got a $3. Some people look at it and they go like, "You have a $3 price range." The next person who says that gets to take over. By the way, next person coming in here saying like, "You can't predict the price within a $3 range. You suck." I'll be like, "You try it. You try it. Try it for a week. See how you do." Well, Einstein, I appreciate it. I do appreciate Shawless linguistics. I got a lot of, by the way, guys, for me going out into the community and warning everybody that a price drop was potentially incoming, I got a lot of flack. I got a lot of flack for it. Like I kid you not, like heavy, heavy flack. And I knew it was going to happen. I knew it would happen because nobody wants to hear the price is going to go down. Um, the thing is, in our community, nobody wants to hear the price is going up either, right? Nobody wants to hear dates about when the price is going to go up. Nobody wants to hear when the price is going to go down. But I weighed my decisions. I weighed my decisions, and I thought, would I rather, if I was a viewer, I always try to think myself watching Trey's videos back in the day, and I always think to myself, if I was watching Trey, what would I want to hear Trey say? And my thought process was, is if Trey came on and says, guys, I think price is going to drop down to X amount of dollars, but I'm still holding. I'm still holding no matter what. I believe in this, and I think that it's just a temporary thing that the price will go that low before heading back up. I'd want to hear him say that. I would want to hear him say that because I'd want to know what was coming. And it's not so that I could do some fancy stuff with my shares. It would just be so that I would know. It's better to know G.I. Joe, man. Knowing's half the battle. Knowing's half the battle. Take the knowing part out, and you got most of your fear, uncertainty, and doubt taken care of because you know. So, you know, I uh, I got flack. I'll take it. I decided to take my stand and my decision. I hear you, MCon. We'll get there. We'll get there, buddy. You think they're acting in, Alrighty, guys, we're going down irregardless in a tad bit. I don't, do I say a tad bit? I don't know. Maybe I do. I didn't think my mom said albeit, and she was apparently saying albeit yesterday. Man, you missed it, Joe. You got to go watch it. I'm trying to remember when it was. I don't remember what time of the day it was yesterday, but we somebody came in. Well, it turned out it was my mom, but she came into the chat and put something in there, and I was just like, whoa, my mom wouldn't say that. That's got to be Joe. That's got to be Joe impersonating my mom. I was like, Joe, that's going a little far, man. My mom would never say that. And then I call my mom up on the phone. She's like, yep, that's me. It's just like, oh, okay. I guess your mom can your mom can surprise you every once in a while. Oh, look at the call time stamp on your phone. Good idea. When did I call her? Why does that say? Oh, I'm in my voicemail. Let's see, recents. There we go. 2:27 p.m. So it would have been like go back to like maybe like 2:20. So that would have been like 40 minutes before the show ended. And I think the shows are usually like 9 hours and something odd minutes. So like I don't know, go back to like 8:30 timestamp-ish. All right, guys. I'm gonna give you some music, and I'm gonna take my first morning break, and I'll come back and see you guys when market is getting ready to open. I feel like there's one more thing I wanted to show you guys, and I'm like 100% certain I took an image of this last week so I could make comparisons, and I can't find the image, but I'm gonna go search for it while I put this up on the screen. I'm gonna blind you in 3, 2, 1. Uh-oh. Oops. I done screwed up. Uh-oh. Hold on a second. There we go. That just does not like that, does it? All right, let me fix this one more time. It's weird. Turning my camera off and the info, and then I can drag it over, I guess. Apparently. Let's see here. So this is our open interest chart for the end of this week here, and I took a picture at I think it was the end of last week. Let me see if I can go find it here. I was looking for it last night and I couldn't find it. I was like, where the heck did it go? I know I saved an image of it. Oh, here it is. I found it. So I took this image on 2/4. I just want you guys to see some of the differences here. So we have this image right here is from 2/4, so 6 days ago. Um, so it would have been Thursday, I guess. No, it had to be Friday. Friday. So I took this on Friday. Looks like it says 7:16 in the morning, so nice and early in the morning. But this is, you're looking at roughly the same levels. You've got a little bit of additional call options being purchased in here. You can see that there's definitely a rise here uh, at the 50, let's see, it's like 16, 17 range, 16, 17, 18 range. A little bit of differences. So, but there's definitely more volume as the week's gone on. You can definitely see that because I mean here, nothing's over 12,000, and here's the 12. So here's the top mark right here. So a lot of this has grown. It does look proportional, although it does look like the $16 price range, oh, $17 price range has looks like it's grown improportionally. It's not quite as high as it used to be. Real strong spike though on the puts here at 18. This may be why Donald was asking about it earlier. With the well, I guess in this particular case it would be out of the money puts, but they may have been purchased while they were in the money. Just wanted to show you guys because I'm kind of keeping a track on the options right now, the options chain. And let me leave you guys with some music here before I take off. It is Batman playing behind me. It's a loop of I think some of the Batman trailer scenes. You know, Nosa, I could clip it out. I'll tell you what, Nosa, I'll make a clip. I'll make a clip and I'll splice it all up, put it all together, and see if we can't have a good laugh out of it and make it a separate clip. I'll try to make that a weekend project though. Probably won't get to that today or tomorrow. I like that, Amanda. Morning affirmation. Today is a glorious day, and I'll live it at excellence with boundless enthusiasm and limitless integrity, true to my visions and with a heart full of love. That's awesome. Thank you. CPI data is not going to be good this morning. Yeah, well, a lot of us, I haven't really been saying it, but a lot of you guys have been saying that they'll use that as a catalyst. I wouldn't put it past that. It's actually a pretty good theory. I mean, if you figure the whole market starts to tank on reports like that, uh, you can bet that'll have an effect on us for sure. Donald's like, hey, you're giving us butt sandwiches, man. I'm pulling a Hester. I'm pulling a Hester on you. I'm pulling a Hester. What was her last name? Price? Prince? Hester? I can't remember what her last name was. SEC Hester Pierce. You know, if you type in SEC Hester into Google, the first thing that pops up is SEC Hester Pierce speech, then it's SEC Hester, then it's SEC Hester Pierce Bitcoin, and then it's SEC Hester Pierce ESG. I'm kind of curious what the Bitcoin and ESG ones are. I'm gonna look it up. So it's a January 3rd, 2022 article written by who is this? Well, it's Cheyenne Leon. I'm having a hard. It's CoinDesk. CoinDesk is the name of the publication, maybe. Says SEC Commissioner Hester Pierce says Washington doesn't need a new crypto regulator. Known affectionately as the crypto mom for her support of the industry, Pierce also warned on CoinDesk TV that the SEC might soon turn its eye toward NFTs. Forming a single regulator to oversee crypto would not be I can't even say that word. I feel so stupid. I don't even know what that word is. Panacea? Panacea. What the hell is that? I don't even know that word. I gotta look up this word, guys. Give me a second. What is this word? A solution or remedy for all difficulties or diseases. Why do I?
Panacea.
Panacea. I've never heard that word before in my whole life. Forming a single regulator to oversee crypto would not be a panacea for the industry's regulatory woes, said U.S. Securities and Exchange Commissioner Hester Pierce on CoinDesk. I certainly understand the impulse to call for one regulator. I have a couple problems with it, Pierce said. Typically in Washington, when you build another regulator, all you get is all the existing regulators plus one. Coinbase is among the voices calling for a new single U.S. regulator to oversee crypto, while U.S. Senator Cynthia Lummis supports the creation of a private self-regulator organization, the SRO, for the industry. Pierce, affectionately called Crypto Mom by many cryptocurrency enthusiasts for her long-standing support for the industry, has been outspoken about what she sees as the SEC's failure to provide a working regulatory framework for the crypto industry and its tendency to regulate by enforcement. This is a quotation by her. We have an opportunity to sit down and work with people, many of whom have been very open with their willingness to come in and work with us and develop regulation, Pierce said. So far, we've really provided very little concrete regulatory process. What we've done instead is we've brought one-off enforcement actions. Anyways, I was just kind of curious what she had to say. So she said this, given the breadth of the NFT landscape, certain pieces of it might fall within our jurisdiction, Pierce told First Mover. People need to be thinking about potential places where NFTs might run into the securities regulatory regime. While Pierce wouldn't say exactly where the SEC's issues with NFT might lie, she warned about the fractionalization of NFTs, a growing market which surpassed 215 million in trading in 2021. And this is her quote. I think that's an area where people do need to be careful, Pierce said. I think we'll see during 2022 an increasing of fractionalization of NFTs because these are valuable assets. Interesting. I don't think I've ever cared about this stuff. Yep, there it goes. It's dropping hard. It's probably because I didn't leave yet and I was supposed to. Should I hurry up and leave? 7.5% inflation. Inflation highest since 1982. Here we go, guys. Find your Zen. Here comes the transitory word. Here I can feel transitory. Transitory this, transitory that. Here it comes. Yeah. It was a good call, Einstein. I mean, I saw it coming. I didn't know what the catalyst was going to be, but I saw it coming. That was a really good call, Einstein. A very good call. Well, we just watch it, guys. We do the same thing that we always do. We buy and we hold. Nothing changes. It's just news. That's all it is. All right, guys, I'm going to take a break. I'm going to take a break because it doesn't change anything. Nothing changes. We just keep doing the same thing we always do. I'll see you guys 15 minutes before market open. I will come back. If it continues to drop really hard, I'll come back and monitor it and change the screen if I need to. Oh, yes, it will. It'll get bloody real quick. I mean, it's touching the bottom side of that Bollinger Band, and candlesticks, not wicks. Candlesticks are literally going through my 3 sigma. I have a 3 sigma. I have a 3 sigma Bollinger Band, guys. It should 99.7% of the data, 99.8, something like that. It's supposed to be going. It's supposed to be on the inside of the Bollinger Bands, and we have four candlesticks that are touching on it. Alrighty, guys, I'm gonna take my break, and just remember, I don't necessarily agree, Yishin, but that's just my opinion. We are all entitled to our own opinions. I think the derivatives is a heavy trap for retail investors who aren't sure what it is that they're doing. But if you know what you're doing, you make money there quite often, go for it. Boy, GD, I've heard that for years. I feel like my entire adulthood I've heard that story of living paycheck to paycheck. All right, let me put up the information up on the screen here and take my break. Every single morning I always forget what time I come back at. It's so bad. Alrighty guys, see you in a bit. Alrighty, I'm back. Let's see what we got going on here. Yeah, ABC. I said it right first thing I think this morning. I was like, I wouldn't put it past them to try and trigger SSR first thing this morning. Liquidity is going to be an issue, and if they can, this is how we get. So 3 indicators have triggered so far. Sorry, what am I saying? True Demons indicators of those utilizations already triggered. Right, we're over 100. We're at 100%. We're over 95, which is what he needs. 3 days of 5% or higher. Now today we'll reset that if we're anything less than zero, because I said I would, with 25% over 2 days, all we had to do is finish green today, and I would consider that to be uh, a third day for a trigger. So, and I know, if they trip SSR today and then price still manages to climb up to where we finish positive, I would still count that. That would be 2 out of 3 of True Demons MOASS indicator triggers. The third one is at short exempt volume being really, really high. And the only way that you can get short exempt volume up over 1 million is to have SSR tripped, because that's when it becomes legal. It becomes completely legal for them to create synthetic naked shorts, right? And so that's how we get that number up. So you can almost like, it's perfect. It's perfect for us to see that SSR get tripped right now. Like, I'm actually really hoping that they trip it today, because that's the only way we're going to start seeing numbers really, really high for that short exempt volume. It's the only way. Yeah, they really do. So we might see some explosive volume today, guys. Explosive volume. Hold on. In fact, you're so much right about that I've got to say something in here. Hold on one second. Hold on a second here, guys. I'm responding to some stuff. Yeah, the pieces of the puzzle are falling into place, guys. They're completely falling into place. This SSR triggering today would be the final piece of the puzzle. We need that SSR trigger to see short exempt volume massively rising. It's the last piece of the puzzle. And if they don't trip SSR, I I have no idea. I literally just have no idea what would happen. All right, let's see what you guys are writing here. You're the only YouTuber that didn't overhype utilization. You know, you got to look at the whole big picture, guys, right? Like if something happens, like if I always go back to the tsunami that happened and I hate to, Fukushima or, whatever it was that Christmas, or maybe I think it was Christmas Day or New Year's Day. I forget which one it was, but a long time ago. When you see one thing happen, something amazing, that one thing happen, you have to start thinking in your head, what are the pieces of the puzzle? What are the things that are happening here? Why would this happen? If this happens and it does something crazy, what are the adverse effects? What are the different things that are in play that would cause that to happen, right? And then you have this receding water line, and all the people start walking out on the beach, right? And they're just out there on the beach just going like, wow, I've never seen the water recede back so far. And I'm sitting there going like, I'm looking at that going, my God, fucking run. 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 When you see when you see stuff like that, you got to think in your head, there's other things at play here. There's other things at play. Think ahead. Be ahead of the game here. I do. I do remember. I do remember the Candyman can. No, not to close the positions, Keto. Not to close the positions. What I'm saying is that they can create. It's like a release valve. It's like a release valve for a tank that's under pressure, right? And so they can create a lot of synthetic naked shorts and relieve the pressure of the buying volume that's there. So when those synthetic naked shorts start getting printed, there's a lot of borrowing that starts happening. And when that borrowing starts happening, that turns into failure to delivers. So this is we're seeing the chain reaction of multiple things happening that cause the process of a short squeeze to start. This is what you're seeing, the very beginning formations of something beautiful here. You're witnessing a supernova, and you're looking at the beginning phases of a supernova. Einstein saying they have like 100 million shares. I want to say it's like 90, but yeah. Where's Pip at? What's Pip saying? Thank you, Casey. May I borrow some of your confidence this morning? Absolutely. I think I may need to step away from the line today. It hits different with no current. I hear you, Pip. I hear you, Pip. Take a breather. Find your zen. If you gotta step away, step away. It's gonna be hard to watch as price comes down a little bit. If you have to remove yourself from it, remove yourself because nothing's changed here for us. Nothing really has changed. Remember, the price really is just it's a tool. The price is a tool to create fear and um, gosh, man, I wish I had a great analogy for it. Price price is the result of manipulation, and that could be both positive and negative manipulation, right? If people start buying into stock, I don't want to call that manipulation. I want to have a different word for it. Price is a result of, because it really is manipulation, right? Like if a whole bunch of people just start buying a stock, that's manipulation of a price, right? If a whole bunch of people sell a stock, that's manipulation of price. The price is being manipulated through some other action happening. And so what you're seeing is just price manipulation based off of actions that are being made. Not us. We're not selling. OBV does not prove that we're selling our positions here. This is another action that's having an effect on price. So if you just remember it like that, you might be able to deal with it, internalize it a little bit differently. I'm in this with you, Pip, though. Remember, I'm down to a single income here. I'm down to a single income here, and I feel it, man. I, dude, I feel it, dude. You know what I'm saying? I feel it. I completely feel it. I know where you stand. There you go, Pip. Bubble bath, box wine. You didn't come this far to just come this far. That's right. Go find your zen. Go listen to some music. Get into your inner peace. Let's start this day, guys. Positive thoughts. Find your zen. I think we got a good song. Listen to the lyrics today, guys. The lyrics are important.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, boost ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and ascent.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Don't you feel it growing day by day? People getting ready for the move. Some are happy, some are sad.
maybe just a happy little tree.
And the crowd is growing bigger.
Maybe a stream
For the happy sound.
or a rock. Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Are you guys ready for this? Are you excited? I can feel the dancing going on. Find your music, find your zen. Be at peace. Be at peace at what happens. Nothing changes. We've been talking about this for months. Which comes first? The market crash or the MOASS? The chicken or the egg? And I've said it over and over and over. The market crash has to come first. Oh man, I'm telling you guys, I don't know about you, my heart's racing. Price is barely moving. Price is barely moving, and I'm sitting here going like, oh my gosh, I can feel the heart race. Find your zen. Woo. Ah, yeah. I need some water. Good water. So I gave a prediction this morning. Oh, I forgot to give my price prediction, by the way, guys. And I'm going to say price prediction between 12 and 15 was the number that I'd kind of come up with earlier in my head. I'm going to stick to it, even though I know it's past market open. You're going like, yeah, that sucks. You know, way to come in at the last minute with your price prediction. I know. Sorry. I forgot to give it. Looks like I got a text from Eric saying 1650 to 1950. I don't know if I heard Joe put it in. If anybody wants to fill in for Duncan, I got an open spot available for somebody to put in a price prediction for the day today. Eric, 1650 to 1950. And it's just for fun, guys. Just for fun, for beers. Muhammad's coming in. All right, we got Muhammad filling in today. I'm gonna write your name in here, Muhammad. Filling in for Duncan. Let's put you in here. All right, putting you down. 1580 to 1880. Got you down. All right, so I'm 1215. Eric's 1650 to 1950. Duncan's 15. Well, Mohammed, who's filling in for Duncan's 1580 to 1880, and Monty is in at 1375 to 1675. It's going to go down, guys. You know, we had inflation, massive reporting of inflation, as bad as the 80s. I need a Quaalude. Something tells me that since you're a pediatrician, that there's a chance that you might actually be able to have access to those. Don't do it, man. Don't do it. You know better than anybody. Horse pills are not meant for people. Don't go down the road. I know where you're gonna. Don't go down the road. Don't take the bait. Mohammed said, is Frankfurt stock should match New York stock prices? I don't. I th- I don't know that I have the answer to that, Mohammed. I've heard in the past that they don't have to match and that settlements can occur overnight. So I'm not sure. I can't speak to that on with any kind of expertise. I can only tell you what I heard. AP, I knew I was going to hear it at some point. I knew somebody was going to throw out the T word. Are we beta still? I think Jana, the good morning, Alex. I would say Jana that in the end we should be beta, a negative beta to the market. As it stands, no. As it stands, no. But that will change. Casey, is there a scenario where our real shares have been converted to synthetics? So, Keto, when people talk about owning synthetic shares versus real shares, what I want you to remember or try to think of it as is every single share that we own is a real share. They're IOUs. They're placeholders, whatever you want to call it. Your broker really holds the shares, right? Your broker holds the shares and decides how to divvy out those shares as needed, but they have contractually gone into a position with you, being a customer, to owe you a real share. So when you buy and you have documentation saying that you own a share, you own a share. It's not synthetic. Every single one of them is just as real as the next. So you can look at it one of two ways. We all own a crap ton of shares, or we all own synthetics, all of them. Every single. I prefer to look at it the second way because no share that you actually own is actually a real share. It's always just on the books. As an IOU. So if you think it in terms like that, it becomes a little bit easier to think about. ABC says, to be clear, I'm not a pediatrician, but I did state, well, I thought Dr. Ramori was a real doctor. Are you telling me that? What's next? Is there no Santa? Are you telling ABC, what is the deal? What's going on here? Yeah, I was going to say the same thing, Pebbles, for Salty. NFA. Anthony says, screw your inflation algos. No kidding. Hey, I'm completely okay if this thing goes completely up. I have no problem with that whatsoever. None whatsoever. I will take up all day long. As a voice crackle. All right, Anthony, 21 to 24 end of day. I like it. PPT plunger not working. Plunger's broken. Market needs to call in a colon doctor because this market needs an enema. Oh man. I actually never really looked at the rest of the market during that period of time. WM. I quite honestly never took a look at that. That would be news to me. Wait, it was 2000 and what year was that? 2000 and hold on a second. I think it was 2008, 2009. No, I think it was 2009. 2008, yeah. The biggest short squeeze in history occurred in 2008 when Porsche embarked on an unexpected series of maneuvers that left it controlling a huge percentage of Volkswagen stock that briefly made VW the most valuable listed company in the world. Guess who's next? Guess who's going to blow that out of the water? Oh, yes, we are. Oh, yes. Yes, we are. That's going to change, guys. This little, you type in when did VW squeeze happen? This little tidbit right here is going to have to change its title to the second biggest short squeeze in history. Yes, I can, Bird Eye. I can check utilization. I was expecting to see it drop down to less than 100%, but I'll check it right now, and still saying 100. I fully expected to see that drop down to like 80 again, like 82. I guess what this means is that those shares that the security lending shares that they pulled out on Monday or Tuesday. What day was that? Let's see. The 8th. So 2 days ago. So Tuesday. Apparently they're still out. I guess they would have pulled them out Monday if they reported on Tuesday. Yeah, so they did pull them out Monday. Stephen, we don't look at those numbers. we're we're documenting history here. Who cares about those kind of numbers? Why do you think Detroit closed, emptied out all its car businesses? I don't. To be honest with you, I was trying to sell a house in 2009, 10, 2009, 2000. I think it was 2010. I was trying to sell a house, and watching the housing market crash. I was more concerned about that than anything having to do with cars. Ugh. I had a house with the loan on the house was like 315 or $320,000, and the house dropped down to the valuation dropped as low. I think the lowest point it dropped down to was maybe trying to remember how much it was, but I think it was 150, if I'm not mistaken. It was either 150 or 160. That's rough. It's really rough. You don't give a crap about anything else when you see that happen. You go like I'm upside down on this house. How do I get out of this? GameStop was still at 100% that I saw this morning. Janice said, I saw The Big Short last night. I loved when Blurry met with the banks confirming if they went insolvent, they could pay. They said yes, there were no worries about if there was enough money. When other institutions see that Vanguard bought so many shares, is that a buy signal? I feel like it probably might be. One of the when I look at the market, I feel like I see institutions moving at the same time. It almost flawlessly seems like it's at the same time. So if other people didn't buy in at the same time when Vanguard bought in, I don't think that you'll see them chasing. I think you would have seen them doing. The reporting is going to be late though, right? So if you're seeing a 13F, I haven't actually pulled up the 13Fs to look at it, but if you're seeing, I'll pull it up right now. If you're seeing a 13F for Vanguard, I can almost guarantee you that that's old news, meaning it happened a while ago. So let me pull it up here and see real quick. Got 10 minutes here before we look at all the information, guys. Whoa, whoa, listen to the music. I never, growing up my entire life, I just learned last night that it's listen to the music. I always thought it was, whoa, it's the music. I just learned yesterday that it's listen to the music. You guys are going like, what? How did you not know? Okay, I'm trying to pull up information on Fintel, and either my internet connection sucks, which is always the case, or Fintel is having an extremely hard time right now. All right, so just to be clear, guys, these volume amounts here is 424,000. The last minute, we're already over 521. This minute, a lot of volume coming in here. They didn't trigger SSR, so they're probably not printing. It'll be really interesting to see what this first data is. Got about 8 more minutes, and I'm still having problems getting Fintel to. I think I'm gonna close this out. Oh, there it goes. Finally, it went through. Fintel is absolutely overloaded right now. It's taking an extraordinary long time for me to get through on pages on Fintel. People are figuring out where to put their money. My guess is there's a lot of brokerages right now figuring out where they're going to move to. Yeah, volume in the first minute active is 1.7 million. The last minute was 627,000. Now it's 768 and climbing. Yeah, it's just this, and guys, this is a 3 sigma Bollinger Band here. So we did touch full candlesticks on the Bollinger Band here, and we did indeed touch back to the simple moving average. With a move like this, I would expect us to come back down and touch the simple moving average again. These are pretty heavy hits on that 3 sigma. Wow, I got an error. I got a timeout error on Fintel. Like legit, they're acknowledging. Error 524 timeout occurred. They're saying my browser's working. They're saying that the cloud is working. They're saying that their host is having an error. This is completely like Fintel is absolutely getting annihilated right now with hits. Everybody's trying to figure out where they're going to mad dash put their money. I can almost guarantee you the market is probably making all kinds of corrections right now. AMC going to 524. This is not an error. Oh man. Fintel to dead. Steven gets the award for best joke of the day so far. Oh man, that's hilarious. Fintel to dead. For those of you who are new to the channel, we have a regular shill who comes in here and has broken English, or uses broken English and says things like AMC to dead. Yep, Chan's the name. 2 weeks. You guys are killing me, man. Joe, my wife's told me that I need to do a shirt thing, and I said I can't do it. I just can't. I can't do it. I got to keep the money separated. Like my money and me doing what I'm doing with you guys needs to be separate. Like it just needs to be. You can't fully trust me if you don't believe that I'm doing this for free. You can't trust me. And I have to earn that trust. Oh man. Water tastes great. You know what though? It starts somewhere, Pebbles. It always starts somewhere, right? You know, I bought merch off of YouTube people. Only two. Trey and Good Mythical Morning. But it always starts somewhere, right? I don't trust you irregardless, Casey. Thank you, Pebbles. Thank you. The inside jokes around here. I shouldn't. If I was gonna make a shirt, I think one of the first ones would say, "Irregardless, 2 weeks." That would be the next line, with like maybe like a big happy face. Irregardless, 2 weeks, big happy face. No homo. No, no offense. It's okay. You do you. Just saying for me. Sell your beard hair. My gosh, guys, come on, too far. It's coming off at 90, guys. It's coming off at 90, I promise you. At least most of it. No, you said RSI. Ray, welcome to the channel. I haven't seen the name before. Sorry I missed out. Did we pass touch or pass the RSI? I'm not sure what you mean. Do you mean SSR? Because we didn't hit SSR, if that's what you meant. I have a feeling that's what you meant. You're dead serious about the CPI on used cars data released this morning. Yeah, I know, Joe. You can't sell a shirt like that. All right, guys. I'm going to start refreshing. Every share you buy, Doctor, that's the way I want you to think about it. I want you to think about every share that you ever own is always a digital IOU. That's a perfect way to say it. Every single share you ever buy is a digital IOU. Every single one. So I don't want you to think of it in terms of synthetic or not synthetic. I want you to think of it in terms of it's real no matter what because it is an IOU. And every single one of them, it doesn't matter what stock you're in. Doesn't matter what stock you're in, it's always a digital IOU. Bill, jeez. Jeez, Bill. Yes, Real Rugged, you're absolutely right. Somebody else put that in there. I don't remember who did it, but it was funny when we went to, I can't remember if it was Trey's channel and we did that 2 weeks thing. Somebody said, I think that's a reference to Total Recall, which was kind of funny. So do the share purchases go through DTCC tape? Yes, they should. They should go through the DTCC, yes. That's why I've been telling you guys for a long time. I'm like like undoubtedly sure, like within probably like a 95% sure that the DTCC knows exactly how many shares are out in existence. They know exactly how many shares are out there. I mean, think about it like this. How do you margin call? How do margin calls happen if they can just continuously print synthetics forever, right? Like, how could a margin call ever happen? They couldn't. The answer is they couldn't. But the DTCC knows. And so when it gets to a certain point, and when the collateral is no longer there to be able to hold the positions, then that's when the margin calls happen. So they have to know how many shares are in existence. the, the itchy booger cloud. You know, I'm gonna call it that. I'm gonna call it that from now on. Itchy booger cloud. Let's check. We are. I'm pretty sure we're well above it. It is time to do it anyways. You know, we'll check it here as soon as we come back. It's time for me to go into itchy booger. I love it. Um, is it insensitive? Maybe it's insensitive. I don't know. I think it's insensitive that I can't pronounce it correctly in the first place. Might as well just call it itchy booger. I love the way you think. That is awesome. All right, let's take a look at the stats, guys. It is time. So in depth right here. We're gonna go in depth. We got to take a look at everything. Let's look at all the small numbers here. So starting with the non inconsequential fun stuff, price prediction tallies: Monty, Eric, myself, and Duncan. Eric is leading the week with 2 points. Monty has one. Duncan has one, which was actually Joe who got him his point. We all missed yesterday. And then who's this? Who's this fool over here at KC guy? Who's that? Oh, that's me. Yeah, big fat zero this week. Big fat zero. Price predictions for today, I have 12 to 15. Eric has 16.5 to 19.5. Mohammed, who's filling in for Duncan, Mohammed, who's filling in for Joe, who's filling in for Duncan, has 15.8 to 18.8. And Monty has 13.75 to 16.75. Short exempt volume. Looking at True Demon's MOASS trigger indicators, the only way that that's really going to start spiking super, super high, I think, is if we see SSR being tripped. So at some point, we're going to have to see SSR trip, and I'm not sure when that's going to be, but we'll see it. At some point, we will. But it is down from the previous day. I forget what it was. It was like 160 or something like that yesterday. Utilization still at 100%. It's got the green signal. Day over day price increase, we had a 15.28%. Day over day, I think that's like 26% or so, close to 26% over 2 days. If we finish green at all, period, today, I don't care if it's 0.0, if we finish flat across the board, 0% change, that I will count that as 3 of 3. So we will have 2 out of 3 indicators triggered for True Demon's MOASS trigger indicators. The only other way that we're going to trip that third one is with a SSR trip. There's just no other way. At least that I can imagine. If it trips without triggering SSR, I will be extremely surprised. I will be like, I'll hunt True Demon down. I will kiss the man. I will. Yep. I'll probably put my hand in between first, but yeah, I'm gonna kiss him. Off exchange. 49.61%. These are the numbers from yesterday, guys. Let's refresh and see where we're at right now. How heavily are they suppressing price? Not very heavily. They're not suppressing price very heavily right now. It's only at 44.45. A normal 30-day average is like almost 8% higher than this. So they're not really suppressing price a whole lot here. Price discovery is kind of on a got I don't want to say free reign, but it's definitely lower than usual. CBOE EDGX is at 13.13, which is higher than the 30-day average, so still suppressing a lot of price discovery into the ETFs. Taking a look at Ortex. Yesterday we had a borrowing of 1.22 million shares reported by Ortex. Currently today it's showing 1.88 million. I tell you guys, every time we hit 3 million or more, you start seeing fireworks. But with the 1.88 rise in borrow change amount, that's going to raise the estimated current short share interest of the free float to 21.73%. Utilization still at 100. Moving up to the top right-hand side of the screen, you'll see the institutional share ownership at 174.758 million shares. What I can tell you, one thing is, you guys were mentioning about the whole Vanguard and BlackRock positions having gone long, and I said those are probably. I was trying to pull up Fintel and I couldn't, but I'm going to refresh here and see if we can get this to pull up. What I can tell you is that we set a record this morning, a new high from our previous high from yesterday at 174.758. Let me refresh this and see what happens. It might get bogged down. We might have to just move on. Fintel is getting blown up. It's still just, it's sitting here thinking. All right. Well, Max Payne, 1750. I actually didn't even know Max Payne could do 1750. So it's right down the middle. 1750 is Max Payne for the day today. It was 17 yesterday. Let's take a look at those options. Call options at a $20 strike price, which was the same as yesterday. A lot of options there, guys. 14.8 thousand contracts currently. Normally, a good, at this time in the morning, you'd see maybe like tops 5,000 would be a high number, but we're already at 14.8 thousand contracts on the calls at a $20 strike price, which are about ready to start printing. On the puts, highest amount of volume currently at an $18 strike price, same thing as yesterday. There's 6.3 thousand contracts. So we have like a little higher than a 3-to-1 ratio on volume. Signaling for a closing price for the day today at 19 currently. I don't know, this thing could get away now, guys. We just broke 20. It could get away. Let's see here. I'm going to take you back to the main screen, just so you can see what's happening here. These volume sticks here, 601. This is almost a million shares. 651 here, 588,000 here. Guys, we've got like over half the float traded in 4 minutes. Over half the float traded. No, wait a minute. Here's another million right here. What am I saying? I don't know why I just said it like that. That's not true at all. I'm way off. I don't know why I was thinking we have 513 million. Never mind. It's a percentage, but still, I mean, this is so high. This is so high. Just finished that minute at 1.3 million shares traded. We're at 20.2 million shares traded so far this morning. Man, these are big numbers. All right, let's take a look at Ortex. There's our utilization, day over day, staying at 100%. The security lending volume, to me, that tells me that they haven't returned the shares yet. We don't know if they will. Here's your on loan amount increasing just ever so slightly. Let me zoom in on this just a little bit so you guys can see it a little bit better. There's your on loan amount increasing ever so slightly right there, day over day. So we're doing kind of like a sawtooth action up. Here's your estimated short share interest of the free float, also sawtoothing up, pretty much mimicking the on loan amount. And your on loan average age per day, kind of taking a little bit of a downtrend. We only went from 117.25 on loan to 118 yeah, it's like 1.25 million shares having been loaned yesterday. So on loan average age per day taking a dip off of that, it's kind of unusual because it hasn't in the past when we've only gone up a million. So a little unusual. Nothing bad. I would normally do my shares on loan calculation and show you guys what that is, but since utilization is 100%, then that means that the maximum amount of shares that can be borrowed is at 118. We know that's not true. It's not true. There's still more shares out there. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC is not make. How is this possible? Hold on a second. Let me pull this to the side. I got to refresh this. This is extremely shocking to me with the amount of volume that we have right now. Unless the rest of the market has such huge sell-offs that that's why we're not making the list. But I have a hard time believing. Okay, well, we're not on the top 10 list for volume. And most of these look like they're actually better buy to sell ratios in the top 10, so that's kind of unusual. AMC coming in 12th, we have a 64% buy to 36% sell ratio, which is pretty decent. GME is 24th with 68% buys to 32% sales. Shares borrowed so far this morning. Sorry. So far, we've witnessed them borrow 1.85 million. Let's see here. There's another 100K. Okay, so it looks like we're about 1.95 million shares borrowed for the day. Yesterday was 2.15. An average day is about 4.5. 73.6 million contracts on calls are in the money. 77,000 contracts are out of the money on the calls. Out of the money puts over 100K, 109K, almost all of them are out of the money at this point. Only 3.8 thousand contracts are in the money. SSR does trigger at 1705. There's a cup of coffee for you. Question: where did all these synthetic shares come from, Batman? I'll show you where they came from. I was trying to come up with like a good Batman line. Let me show you. Oh man. Okay. Sorry. Too much fun. Market showing red. Nasdaq is down 0.41. Dow Jones is down 0.09. S&P 500 is down 0.3. Oh, Anthony's saying, Casey, keep track of shares returned from previous day and compare to borrows the next day. I think they're recycling those return. I'm pretty sure you're 100% right. Like really, really sure. I'm just reading ahead. I happen to see you guys on the screen over here. Normally I can't see what you guys are writing, but for some reason it popped up on the side over here. Advancers over decliners. So even though the market's down, we have more advancers than decliners with 4,188 advancers to 3,242 decliners. The VIX is up 2.71. Normally when the VIX goes up, we go down. If the VIX goes down, we go up, typically. IWM, so it's an inverse relationship with VIX. We have a similar relationship where we move in line with IWM. IWM is up 0.19. Tesla is down 0.46. Amazon is down 1.3. Cinemark is up 1.97. Doge is down 2.26. Bitcoin is up 1.08. GME is up 1.16. Hood is up 1.29. And AMC is up 3%. Our inflow versus outflow shows more inflow by $3 million. And let's see, our volume, 24.16 million so far. That puts us on pace for 204 million shares traded for the day. But I said 30 to 50 million. I sent out a message. I sent out a message to the Discord group that I was talking to that I knew I was going to be way off. These numbers that are coming through, you just can't predict them. You can't predict this kind of stuff. But if it continues like this, the pre-market should stabilize to a point to where it'll be much more recognizable, and we'll be able to see it happening. Taking a look at the daily. On the daily, we have a crossover. If that's not bullish, I don't know what is. Look at that, guys. Look how long that was. The last crossover was on 1.5. We had like this kind of questionary period of time right here as to whether or not we were going to go up or down or what was going to happen. And then we had this huge downtrend, and here's our crossover. More buying pressure than selling pressure with RSI of 51.24, which is just slightly above average. On the 1 hour, we have a double crossover with more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 70.91 over sold territory. Sorry, over bought. I said it backwards. Over bought territory. My bad. 30-minute interval. A crossover within the last 30 minutes with more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 67.68, almost reaching into that overbought territory. On a 5-minute interval, I'm so used to saying oversold all the time. I just realized, I was like, why would I say oversold? And I'm like, oh yeah, it's what I normally say. On the 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with RSI at 65.17, having already been outside of overbought territory. I'm gonna have to start getting used to saying overbought territory. So here was our touch on the Bollinger Band. I'm just all over the words today. Here's our touch to the Bollinger Band right here, and a pullback off that. We never really reached the simple moving average before taking back up and testing towards the top of that Bollinger Band again. To me, this is a very bullish signal right here. If we touch the top of a volatility band like this, there should be no reason why this wouldn't come back down and at least touch the simple moving average. But in this particular case, like, we got to a certain point where we were coming back down towards it, and then it's like, nope, I'm going to test it again. And there it went, right? Then this time, it finally made it back down to the simple moving average. But this right here, that's all bull. Bull good, not bull crap. This is good bull. This is Turing. Turing. Maybe it's Turing. I think they put it in like Red Bull. Look it up. This is Turing. You guys are gonna learn something today. Do you know what Turing is? Anybody know what Turing is? Just out of curiosity. I'm reading this. I can see what's going on in the comment section now. Does anybody know what Turing is? I think I'm saying it correctly. Yeah, hopefully I'm saying it right. Is it Turing? I'm probably slaughtering it. Let's just pull it up, Google. Turing. I don't know. I don't know how to say it.
Taurine.
Taurine. Okay. Taurine. Obviously, I didn't know how to say it, but I know what it is. I think I do. Anybody know what taurine is? Okay, stop making fun of me because I said it wrong. Get to the point, guys. Tell me what it is. You know what it is. Yeah, it's taurine. How did she say it again? Taurine?
Taurine.
Taurine. Taurine asphalt. You guys are killing me. You're killing me. All right, taurine. Taurine is the type of chemical called an aminosulfonic acid. It occurs naturally in the body. The best food source are meat, fish, and eggs. Taurine has important functions in the heart and brain. It might also benefit people with heart failure by lowering blood pressure and calming the nervous system. So I have read, I'm trying to look for it to see if I can find this. And okay, yeah, it's bile. It's bull bile. Pour some sugar on me. We need some music and some dancing Kenny. Nikki wants some where's some sugar? Yeah, Fuzzy Wuzzy got it. Fuzzy's like, ew, yeah. Bull bile. Yeah, it's bullish. That's bullish all right. Taurine's this is right here. This is taurine. I feel like that just sounds so wrong. Taurine. Taurine. Taurine? Taurine. 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 I can't say it. It's taurine. Doctor says, still confused. If purchases do go through the DTCC ticker tape, then how are they just digital IOUs on the broker side? What am I missing? So it just means that a transaction has occurred. There's a really good video for this out there. Let me see if I can find it. I'm going to probably lead you to a video that shows you the process by which you can receive a synthetic share without receiving an actual share because it's your broker holds on to all these shares. So this is this is one of the things, one of my arguments about computer share, like why I think having your shares locked in a system where they're not being lent out is bad. I mean, we all thought that having our shares lent out was a bad thing, but it's actually exactly what causes the squeeze to happen in the first place is the lending of shares. And so when you take away that factor of lending of shares, then basically what you have is a situation where hedge funds can just sit on their hands and be like, great, nobody's going to have to push these through the market. I don't have to make any orders. I don't have to exchange those orders because they're taken off the market. You've just made my work half as easy as it should have been, right? Because whatever percentage of those shares that are off the books that are no longer being moved around are now makes it that much easier for them to not have to worry about transferring of those shares. So let me see if I can find the video where um, I really should have saved it. I have a helpful video section that I just created in my library. If I find this, I'll put it in there because I don't believe that I have it saved anywhere. Okay, everything that I'm pulling. Oh, this might be the one. Um, so this is a video that I watched from AMC Bigham's a long time ago, and I feel like I've been referencing him so much lately that I feel like I kind of want to go with. I want to kind of like lead you to some other videos. So I'm looking through all the videos that I've seen in the past, and I'm looking for any of the ones that mm, you know what, Doctor? Let me when I go on break in an hour from now, and I don't want to assume that you're going to have an hour to hang out or an hour, 2 hours to hang out. When I go on break, I want to preview the video first before I send it to you because I can see based off my watch history here, I can see that I haven't seen some of these before, and I don't know what else to type in to find the one video that I'm thinking of that I really want to show you, and I don't have it saved anywhere. So let me go through one of these. One of them is only 7 minutes long. Another one's 3 minutes long. So let me go through and just kind of look at them real quick when I'm on my break. And when I get back, I will post it to my playlist and then send you a link. I'll put a link in the chat, and that way you kind of maybe it'll help you to understand um, the movements. So essentially, I guess the best way I can describe it really quickly is that you have a bunch of transactions that are happening that are just promissory transactions. But when shares actually hit the lit market, those start getting moved around and fulfilling all the transactions that were supposed to occur. Which is why whenever I have suggested in the past that whenever shares are sold back into the market, you see a bunch of synthetic volume that occurs, right? And that synthetic volume comes from those transactions being completed. The market makers are scrambling to try and complete as many transactions as they possibly can, so you get a huge spike in volume. So those promissory notes that you sort of have or are holding are not really real shares. I mean, they are, but they're not. It's just a digital IOU. I promise you that I will give you the money for a share of this. That's what you're holding. $100, Duncan. Everybody say 2 weeks. feel like, Nikki, if you're still here, say you're still here. If you're still here, I'll turn on the song for you before I. Duncan says 2 weeks. Duncan goes, what's the utilization at? 2 weeks. Okay, all right. I'll play some Pour Some Sugar on Me. Are you ready? We'll get a little Pour Some Sugar on Me. A little Def Leppard action. Or do you want me to wait for my dad would hate it. Or do you want me to wait for another price, big price? Okay, she says let's go. All right, let's do it. Pour some sugar on me. I'll just rock out here with you for a minute. Let's see here. Hold on 1 second. I want to blast you guys. I think we need some dancers. Who feels like dancing? There it is. Kenny wants to dance. Go, Kenny, go. Pour some sugar on me. So inappropriate. Don't watch, Mom. Mom, turn off the video. Squeeze a little. Just a little. Squeeze. Wait. Hold on. Squeeze, just a little squeeze, squeeze, squeeze. Get down, get down. Bouncer's gonna kick me. I remember the one time somebody's like, "Can you please remove the face?" I wish Pip was here to see this. Sit on your hands, fellas. Hands in your pockets. Lend me your sugar. I am your neighbor. Come on, Kenny. Lend me some sugar. 80 more dollars. Casey's shirt comes off. Oh man. If you can't have fun, you can't have fun. You know what I'm saying? No, but the beard does come off at 90, and my wife and I are gonna dance. I don't know what to. I asked her already what we're gonna dance to, and I don't think we haven't really decided. We haven't decided what we're gonna dance to. Yeah, Porter's like, or not Porter. Who said it? The $90 one. Oh, 80. Guillotine said 80 more dollars and my shirt comes off, and it's like, yeah, that's you guys won't want to see that. Thank you, Nikki. Thank you for the suggestion. Classic. Hey, 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 rugged. Double top cup and handle. Let's see. Let me get rid of the Bollinger Band here. I really haven't taken a look at. I haven't done any kind of like technical analysis on the price this morning. Let's move out here just a little bit. Yeah, I see it. Absolutely. Abso-freaking-lutely. Nice call. Who said it? Who said it? Splinter. Good call. If I turn it to a 1 hour, it'll probably be a little more recognizable. Kind of ugly, but yeah. There it is. So we can get an idea for where the top is on this thing by looking at this. So what we're going to do is we're going to take we're going to zoom in on the tops here. So 1888 on that one, and looks like 19 on this one. So we're going to go with the 19, I think. Let me just make sure. What's higher? High 1905. Okay, let's go with the high of 1905. That does look like that's on the I think we're gonna go off of 19. Yeah, let's go off of 19. 19 is the top, 1465 is the bottom. That puts us at 2117 for the top of this thing. I'll go ahead and mark it. Jeez. Rookie. Man, I'm having problems with my mouse today. So the top of this should be 2117. If it doesn't make it there right away, we may need some consolidation before reaching the top, but I would say the 2117 should be the top of it. Somebody asked earlier about the Ichimoku boogers. Let's take a look at since we're already doing this, let's take a look at those Ichimoku boogers. See what that's looking like. Oh, that's so beautiful. Let's take a look at it here. 1 hour. Little bit of a sell signal right here with it touching the base. Little bit of a sell signal possibility, but really the lagging line is what needs to kind of touch. So this might be, this is an indecisive moment. So somebody, if it was a day trader, they might look at this and be like, let's see what the 4 hour looks like. So they'll come out to the 4 hour, they'll take a look at that, and it does show a touching down on the base there. So, but this next hour should be above. At 2089, we'll be well above these numbers here. So, this still looks like a very strong buy right now from a swing trader perspective. It's still definitely a strong buy on the Ichimoku booger. Itchy booger. Thank you, Pebbles. The itchy booger cloud. Pebbles, were you the one that said it first? Who said it first this morning, guys? Because I want to give full credit to that person. I'm gonna have to go back in the history here and see who said it, because I know it was right before I was going into the 9 o'clock. So let's see who said that, because I want to give full credit to that person. I'm looking to see who said it. There it is. It was Pebbles. Yep, Pebbles, it was you. I'm gonna write that down. Itchy booger cloud. That's gonna go in my notes here. I keep I feel like I keep some pretty good notes. You're going pretty high on the list here. Itchy booger. I like it. I think anytime you can turn something technical into something fun, it makes it so much easier to remember, right? The whole suck, squeeze, bang, blow theory. You guys are like, oh yeah, what about that? Whatever happened to that? I haven't been updating it, but we can go take a look. We could update it. If you guys want me to, I can start updating it right now. Oh, Anthony, man, I'll tell you what. There might be a lot. There might be a lot. I remember it like it was yesterday, when back in May, I had people who were telling me in the beginning of May that I needed to sell and buy something like Doge, or I forget what the other ones were. There were some other ones that they told me I needed to buy into instead. They told me I needed to get rid of my AMC. I was like, no, I'm staying. I know what's going to happen. Splinter says update that. But anyways, Anthony, those people that were telling me that I needed to sell were later that month in May were buying, and you know what they came up to me and said? They came up to me after giving me all kinds of shit about owning AMC. They came up to me and says, "I told you it was going to happen with AMC." They're like, "I told you it was going to me, the guy that was saying it was going to happen the whole time." They came up to me and said, "I told you it was going to happen." Like they were telling me something I didn't know. I just nodded and smiled and was like, "Yeah, it's crazy, right?" I can't with those kind of people, guys. I just can't. They got to be right. They got to be right, and it's just, just smile and nod, because I guarantee you those guys are going to be the first ones to paper hand and never get what they really truly could get out of it. And there's no and there's nothing that you can do to prepare them for what's going to happen. There's nothing that you can do to prepare them for that. You can't talk them into believing. All right, hold on a second, Splinter. Let's update it. I mean, we do have about 15 more minutes here anyway, so the next look here. So the last time I updated Suck Squeeze Bang Blow, I updated to the 1st of this month. So I'm missing a few days. So let me put in the dates here. 2 through 4. And then 7 through 10. Now remember, the whole thing about, for those of you who are new to the channel, you're going to be like, Suck, Squeeze, Bang, Blow. What the hell are you talking about? It's not meant to predict the future. If there's anything that I could possibly, I gotta get rid of the itchy booger. If there's anything that I can impress upon you is that Suck, Squeeze, Bang, Blow is not about trying to predict the future. It's about trying to show you where you're at in the cycles. All right, so let me put it over here. I'm going to be covering the order book, so don't get mad at me for just a minute because it won't take me too long here to put in the data. So just give me a minute, and now the order book will be back. Bondaro yelled at me yesterday. He didn't really yell at me, but he's like, "Can we please see the order book while you're watching the SEC talk?" He did say please. I'm making emphasis on words that he didn't emphasize, so that's how it went off in my head. In my head, he was sitting there being all sarcastic, like, could we see something that's important? All right, let's see here. The second is the 48626. All right. Since I have lots of values to enter in here, I'm just going to enter them pretty quickly. Well, this is, for those of you who are into 10 key, this is not very quickly. You're like, I would have done already. Yeah, get out of here. I have no formal training in 10 key or whatever the heck this is called. All right, so if truly indeed we were in the bang starting on the 1st of February, and we were to take a day and say, okay, this is where we moved into the blow, one of the things that we have to remember is that the bang price remains relatively close to the same. And I would say for the most part, other than whatever the first day of the bang is price should remain relatively close to the same. I would say the only one that's really far off is 1487. But it's not that bad though. It's really that's relatively, like, when you look at these numbers, they're not too far apart. So the question then becomes is, do I want to consider 2.8? Oh, wait a minute. I feel like I have a flaw here. Something's not right. Hold on a second. Oh, I forgot to do this one. There we go. In order for me to count 2.9 or 2.8 as being below, I would suggest that your volume would need to be much, much greater. Yes, yes, these are great. These prices right here, this 1894 is not relatively the same or close to 1686. So whether or not 2.9 is the signal for the blow, it doesn't meet my criteria. It just doesn't. 16, 17, 18, 18. So it's like $2 more. 14, 15, 16. You know what? 1894 is no different than 1487. It's still $2 on either side of 1686. So yeah, I'm going with probably not. Probably not. Today might trigger it though. Let's say we closed out the day at let's say we closed the day out at $21. Let me just see here what we would have to hit for me to consider today to be the first signs of the blow. And if you guys don't know what it is, there's a link to the description. There, I said that backwards. Words hard. Go to the description box, find the link to Suck, Squeeze, Bang, Blow, and go read. But wait until you have some time. Like maybe you're going to sit down on the toilet. It's a good sitting down on the toilet kind of read. All right, sit down on the toilet, take a read, take a gander. It's not bad reading. It's good toilet material. Read, who says that? Go read my information while you sit on the pot. Who says that kind of stuff? I think we'd have to hit at least 150 million shares traded for the day today and $21 for me to say that today's the bang. So I don't think we're going to hit that. I honestly don't. I don't think we're going to hit it. I think we come back down and maybe hit somewhere around 1894 or lower. Otherwise, Suck, Squeeze, Bang, Blow is just really way off. Or margins could have been called. I do need to update this. What's our most current high? 2096? We are up 43.1% from our low of 1465. That's our new high. 2096. 2117 is the top that we're looking for that cup and handle that was brought out by, so bad with names, Splinter. Splinter did it. All right, let's see what you guys are saying here. No steaks left at my Walmart. Wait, I want to show you something. I want to show you something. No steaks are left at my Walmart, just because I love that name. Give me 1 second here. Just give me a second. I gotta show you something. Let's see here. All right, so this is cold in my lap. You want to see my meat? All right, who didn't say you didn't ever learn something on my channel? Yep, that's some bloody meat right there. That is a big package of steak. Hey, wait, where's the tag on it? Oh, there it is. So I'm gonna teach you guys something. Beef ribeye, whole boneless, USDA choice. Right there. I don't know if you can see that. It's 153.75 was the total price for this for 11 point, what is that? For 13.74 pounds. Do the math. This is Costco. You can cut this up to probably about, if I had to guess, 15, maybe 16 steaks, about an inch of steak. It's basically like a pound steak. A little less than a pound steak a piece, right? That's $10, guys. Buy it like this in bulk. Buy it like this in bulk. Cut it up yourself. So good, guys. Super, super good. I'm going to hold my meat here for a second and see what you guys are saying, because I'm kind of curious. NC Proud Dad says that's 3 pounds each. I'm telling you guys, it's $153. 153 bucks, guys. That's 10. I could probably make 10 or 15 steaks out of this. Easy. And they're going to be nice and thick. I'm telling you guys, this is the way to go. Go buy it in bulk like this. Cut it yourself. It's amazing. Well, I'm technically holding my meat here. But I'm telling you guys, this is like, oh, it's so good, guys. This boneless ribeye. I've never tried bone in, but it might be better. I've heard stories that the bone in is better. I don't even know if Costco sells it like that. There is a little bit of, I will have to say, I have to preface this with that there is a lot of fat on the backside, a lot of trim that you got to do. But you know what? Spend a little extra time caring for your meat, and you'll appreciate it. You will appreciate it. I promise you. Guess who taught me this? Guess who taught me this? My mom. My mom taught me this. We were a steak and potato family. Big time. Steak and potato family. You can't go wrong. This is the way to go. This is the way. This is the kind of stuff we're going to be talking about after we MOASS. Where do you find the best steaks? That's what we're going to talk about. All right, I'll be right back. I gotta go put my meat in the fridge. We're actually having steak and potato. Well, I don't know if we should be having potatoes. We're having steak tonight. So let me go throw this back in the fridge real quick. Oops. Just messed something up over here. So my sister-in-law made some amazing, what is that? Carnitas. She made some amazing carnitas a couple weeks ago, and I kid you not, she sent me home with some of the carnitas, and I think I ate it all the leftovers. I hoarded them. Nobody else, I don't think I don't think anybody else in the family touched them, but I hoarded them for about 3 days, and I don't think I ate anything other than that carnitas for 3 days in a row. Like there might have been one other meal in there, but it was like everything that I ate from being at her house and getting those leftovers, I ate those carnitas. So my wife bought shoulder butt or something like that. I forget what it's called, but anyway, she bought that, and we got it in the freezer. We're gonna pull it out tonight, and then my sister-in-law is supposed to be coming over tomorrow, and I had asked her. I said, "Hey, if you're coming over and we're gonna start making these carnitas, because she's gonna show me how to do it, because when you have carnitas that you eat that long, you got to learn how to do it." So she's gonna come over here, show me how to make the carnitas, and I said, "What if we did stocks and carnitas?" Right? What if I did a cooking show while we watch the stocks? Wouldn't that be fun? Not gonna happen. You guys are all like, yeah, it would be fun. It'd be a hell of a lot of fun. But yes, she is married. She is married. Uh, so yeah, that's not gonna happen. But I thought it would be really really fun if we did like carnitas and AMC or something. I don't know. I think it would be fun, Jordan. I really do. I think that'd be a blast. Like let's do carnitas and stocks. Unfortunately, she doesn't get off work and she won't be over here until after the show is going to be over, so it's not going to happen. But it would be fun though. I don't know. Maybe I end the show early and then restart it back up for carnitas and after hours. That is correct, Splinter. Two squeeze signals, both. I think it was a level 2 and a level 3. Yeah, it's a double. It would be a double header show tomorrow. A double header with shoulder butt. Double. Oh, and by the way, guys, you can go tell Trey my meat's bigger than his. Uh, Well, that's good, NC Proud Dad, because they're not going to be able to expect you as an employee for much longer anyways. You know what, WM? I'm sure I would love it, but I hate working for it. Did you guys see? If you guys don't know what I'm talking about, if you don't, I'm not going to go mob Trey again, but if you know what I'm talking about, you'll have to search it up. I'm not going to explain it. Joe would have a better time getting you to figure out what it is than I would. It's time to take a look at our numbers, guys. Enough meat talk. What's going on with our stock? Because there are people here that are pretty serious about this. Oh man, I am too. Believe it or not, I am too. But you gotta have fun. You gotta have fun while you're doing this, guys. Remember the whole psychological warfare. Like you gotta make games out of this stuff. Make games. Make it fun. It's not find your zen. Find your zen. It does not always work. There is play too. All right. Some people are just all business. I am that way too. I really am. What the heck is this? Oh. All right, updated fidelity. Let's go ahead and take a look at our numbers here, guys. What do we got going here? In the off exchange, 44.45 and 13.13 an hour ago. Refreshing, we got 51.66, which is just a fraction higher than our 30-day average already in the off exchange. That's very high. 49 is what I would expect to see around this time. So there's definitely price suppression now through the off exchange. The CBOE EDGX is dropped a little bit. It's down to 12.54, which is just underneath the 30-day average by like 25, a little less than 20.25, 0.21, I guess. Who cares? I'm not really looking at it that closely. Moving on. Borrowed change on Ortex. An hour ago, it was 1.88 million shares having been borrowed. It's now 1.68. So a little bit of a decrease there. That will decrease the estimated current short share interest of the free float to 21.69%. Taking a look at the options. At a $20 strike price. At a $20 strike, I'm sorry. I'm laughing still because I'm still thinking like somebody actually is going to go over and tell Trey like Casey said his meat's bigger than yours. and then I'm just envisioning in my head as I literally have these other thoughts going off as I'm reading you guys these numbers, and I'm envisioning Trey going out and like buying like one of those big old meat slabs that's hanging off of a hook and be like, whose meat's bigger now? And I'm sure he would do it too. He's the kind of guy that would go that extra mile. Uh, at a $20 strike price, an hour ago we had 14.8 thousand contracts. We now have 37.6. Super, super high. And those are in the money. Those are currently in the money. Is that right? Wow. Yep. Wow. People will be making moolah. As far as puts go, at an $18 strike price, an hour ago there was 6.3 thousand contracts. There's now 13,000 contracts. So there's still it was more than a 3-to-1 ratio in volume an hour ago. There's a little less than 3-to-1 now, just slightly less than 3-to-1 ratio. Still signaling for a $19 close for the day today, though. I find that to be very, very interesting. I don't see a whole lot of volume competing with the $20 range. I mean, it stands out by itself pretty high. So yeah. Interesting. Alrighty, taking you guys back over to the other page. looking at Fidelity, orders by Fidelity customers, AMC currently 10.98, 7th position with 61% buys to 39% sales. Just barely over the amount that I like to see for ratio. GME coming in at 22nd with 66% buys to 34% sales. I feel like it's tacky that I like have Batman showing up when I switch between screens. But then I feel like, okay, well maybe I'm just doing my part in helping to advertise for movies. So I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna go with the latter viewpoint. I'm advertising for AMC. 200,000 shares borrowed here in the last hour, and then it looks like 250,000 maybe. Let's see. Yeah, 250,000 shares borrowed in the last hour. That's going to put us at 2.2 million shares borrowed for the day today, which is more than yesterday. Yesterday was 2.15. Cost the fees for borrowing earlier it was 0.7, has gone back up to 0.8. 90.5 thousand contracts are in the money for the calls. Only 60.1 thousand contracts are out of the money. It's not very many. 111.1 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts. 1705 was SSR trigger point. The Nasdaq is down 0.47. The Dow Jones is down 0.35. The S&P 500 is down 0.5. Currently, we have 4,423 advancers to 3,039 decliners. VIX is up 6.51%. It's unusual for us to go up when VIX goes up, so it's kind of surprising. IWM is up 0.39. Tesla is up 0.17. Amazon is down 0.78. Cinemark is up 1.51. Doge is down 2.09. Bitcoin is up 1.39. GameStop is up 3%. Hood is up 4.17. And AMC is up 7.26%. Refreshing our inflow versus outflow, we currently have an inflow of 8 million in cash, more than outflow. Our volume at 46.98. Let's try and figure out what pace we're on here. 90, 103 minutes. We're on pace. So earlier we were on pace for like just over 200 million shares for the day. Now we're on pace for 177. Trying to guesstimate in my head here where that's going to finally end, what's it going to net result us here. Let's take a look at this drop that we have here. So most of these are in the 5 to 600,000 share range on these volume sticks, columns of volume. Then it's dropping down to 3, some 5s, 1s, 2s. So if we can stay over 250,000 shares a minute, we'll hit 100 million shares for the day easy. The question is are they going to be able to get volatility down to the point to where volume is lowered to less than 60,000 shares a minute? That's the question. Let's look at our numbers. On the daily, we have a crossover here with more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 53.64, which is just above average. On the hourly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with a crossover in the last 2 hours with an RSI of 75.1, which is overbought territory. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 71.1, which is overbought territory and looking like it's going to come back down and dip underneath. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 59.14, which is above average. Yeah, NC Proud Dad, I actually, I was talking to somebody, I don't remember who it was. Um, I was on a space call asking some people, like, what do they plan on, what kind of cool things do they plan on doing with their money afterwards? And one of the guys said that he works for a mom and pop store in his town, and he wants to buy it out, um, and um, just to help the community. Like he doesn't want them. I think it sounded to me like I was under the impression that the mom and pop store was struggling, and he just wants to buy it out to just buy it out so that he can just keep it running. He enjoys his work. He likes working there. Legit. Like if you like what you're doing, guys, in life, don't leave. Don't leave. Just because you make life-changing money doesn't mean you have to leave your job. It doesn't. You may have found your place in life, and then you just get to take really nice vacations, like super, super nice. Or maybe you can expand on the business. Maybe you can own your own business in whatever it is that you do. There's ideas. You don't have to leave. Einstein's saying 10 year, let's see, 10 year over 2%, big money is going to leave the market soon. I believe it. NC Proud Dad says I'm not going to say anything to anyone and only close family and the people who are in on this play with me. I hear you. You know, I did show one time how many shares I had in one of my accounts, just to prove that I own AMC. I really didn't feel like I needed to show it, but I've always maintained with you guys that I don't feel like I owe you to show you how many shares that I have. I'm holding lottery tickets, right? I don't need to show you how many lottery tickets I'm holding because they all have the same number on it. Every every single one of those lottery tickets has got the same numbers. They're all winning tickets. I don't need to show you how many. I only need to show you one. That's it. I could show you 5 here on Webull. That's all I should need to show. But yeah, you don't need to show anybody that. That's yours. It's your information. Michael says we're all here to have serious fun. MCon says he's still down 32%. I hear you, MCon. We're not. I'm still holding for you, my friend. I'm still holding for you. No apes left behind. No apes left behind. I take that stance, and I hold true and dear to it. Welcome back, Remtech. That's exactly right. However, though, I will say this, Remtech. I do have a subreddit created and all ready to go. Right now, it's public. If you figure out how to get into it and subscribe to it now, you could probably get in there, and I won't stop you from being in there. However, after this thing starts to MOASS, I'm locking the community, and everybody who's not already in, Everybody who's not already in will have to show or prove to me that they were an ape during the MOASS. It's the only way that you get membership. That's it. And I will be the only person checking. And I will know. I will know whether or not it's real or not. I have ways. You know, it's on your phone. It's called WAZE. It shows you directions. So there will be, you know, and it's just to protect the community. I want to make sure that the community of people that are in that subreddit are safe, that they can speak freely and know that they are amongst people who went through what it is that they went through. So no outsiders. You don't have to show me. You won't have to show me how much you made, what you sold at. I just need to see the shares, and that's it. The shares and the date you sold, I guess, probably. I haven't really decided what the requirements will be. I'll decide later. $170K plus institutional ownership. Where does that put us? Well, as a rule, if we own 100% of the float, all we would need to own is 339 million shares. Isn't it weird, guys? Like I sit here and I tell you that all we would need to own is 339 million shares to own the rest of the float. Doesn't that seem small now? I feel like a long time ago that felt like a big number, but now that number looks really small to me. Super small. Incredibly small. I'm not saying the name of it. If you do the research, you can figure it out. I don't hide any information. You're welcome, Einstein. I don't care if you own it or not. I don't think anybody could be this invested into something and do what I'm doing without being invested into it. You know what I'm saying? Like, who would be this crazy? You know what I'm saying? Only somebody who owns it could be this crazy. You have a home still, Bobby. Go back to it. Jordan said, Jordan, you got two big diamond balls right now. You've already got a bigger slab than I have, I'm sure. Let's see. Manjeet says, Casey, what's all the talk about 21st MOASS? Actually, I have no idea. 2 weeks is all I know, Manjeet. That's it. Manjeet, that's all I know. 2 weeks. 2 weeks. What's 14 days on top? That'd be the 24th. I don't know. I haven't heard anything about the 21st. My average is 37. You guys don't have to post your averages. Hawkeye, I do think that there's going to be one last dip before we really take a big rip. And if you go back and you look at, there's a couple great instances. I actually I can share you a picture of some of the spikes that we had previously with AMC here. So pulling it up on the screen, I'm going to take the information off the screen in my picture because you don't need to see my ugly face when I'm showing you this. But you can see before the rip back in January back here, you can see that this point right here and this point right here are 2 points that I've identified that are repeating signatures in price movement. But what I really want you to see is this spot right down here. Can I draw on this? Let's see. Draw. Let me draw. Right here. Right there, there's a little dip before the price starts to rip. Right here. That is such a hard color to see. Hold on a second. I hope I didn't just modify that picture. Okay, good. Let's try this. Oh, won't let me zoom now? That's terrible. Little dips right before the rips, right? But you have this downtrend. You have this downtrend to contend with first, which we just got done with. We just got done with our downtrend right here, right? This is it right here. We had those two signaled flags, the downtrend. Now we have a sharp increase in price. That would be probably your in the suck squeeze bang blow. That would be your bang, right? Sharp increase in price. Price relatively remaining the same. Price kind of moves up a little bit, and then spikes down, but it's relatively close to the same price. And then guess what? Blow. Why can't I? That's not what I wanted. Where'd my picture go? There it is. See it? See I'm zooming in on these 2 points right here, or these points right here. And then price moves down. That's what we just completed. This is what we're doing right now. Then we're gonna have this like spike, and then actually this is probably what we did over the last 2 days right here. This part right here. Price remaining relatively same, but there's always that one last little tiny spike down before we start moving up in price. Same thing happened over here. Price, here's your two flags. Your price kind of starts moving down for a while. You slowly start rising back up there. One last little dip. Oh, actually, yeah, I think this is the last little dip right here. Last little dip here before price starts taking off. So I do think that, Hawkeye, that it will come back down. I just don't know when. I would suggest it's going to be when we trip SSR. I just don't know when that's going to happen. It's not a membership really, Manji. It's more or less I just want proof that you guys are, an ape. I'm not going to charge anything for people to get in there. It's just I want a safe subreddit that's locked, that has just people subscribed to it who are apes after MOASS, because I want us to be able to have a safe place to talk about chapter 2, because we've got more story here. This is chapter 1. We're in chapter, actually this is the prelogue to our story. This is like, we're in the prelogue right now. Chapter 1's going to start when we get into the MOASS. And then chapter 2 is going to be afterwards. Or chapter 2 might be selling, right? And then chapter 3 is I'm not writing a book, guys. I'm not writing a book. I don't even read. I mean, I do read, but I don't like sit down and read books. Like I can't do it. The ADD doesn't work with that. You're welcome, Keto. You know, there's a lot of people in the red, Alan. You're not the only one, I promise. You're not the only one. And what should encourage you more than anything is that there's people who are in the green that have been holding for a long, long time, a very long time, and they're not going anywhere. And that should be super encouraging to you. You're welcome, Hawkeye. By the way, I like that name. I used to play G.I. Joes when I was younger, and there's always two characters that I always wanted to kind of be. One was Hawkeye, and the other one was why can't I think of his name? Snake Eyes. Snake Eyes? Yeah, Snake Eyes. Your broker said you're in the blue. What's my subscription for in the Reddit? It's just it's not a subscription. It's just I feel like that came out all wrong. It's not a subscription. It's an open subreddit that I created, and when this is all over, I want there to be a place where apes can go and just talk about what we're doing afterwards. And what I want you guys to do is I really don't want you to be on the channel. I'll probably make a rule later. I don't want you guys to say on the channel that you sold. I really don't want you guys to say that. I want you to just move on. And so I need you to have a place that you can move on to and talk to others. And so if there's a place where you can move on and talk to others who are like you and you don't feel like you're alone, there can be a place for you. And then once we all get to that point, we all meet and converge into this place. Think of what you might call a place. I'll give you a hint. Think of what you might call a place after this is all said and done. What would you call it? But I want there to be a safe place for people to go and to talk and to about our futures. It's not Harry Bear. He said the downside is finished and should be up from here. What about the 69 million shares they borrowed? No, John, I'm actually the opposite of that. I think that they're going to do something. I think they're going to do something with those shares. I really do, and I think that's going to be that last dip that we see. And I've been saying that since Friday. I told everybody on Friday, and I said that I would release a video if I needed to, and I didn't release the video on the weekend. Instead, I put it in the community report, and then I talked about it on Monday morning because when I started to sit down and think about it, I was like, you know what? It's not going to make any difference if I tell you guys over the weekend or not. So I'm just going to release the report and then talk about it on Monday because it really didn't make any difference. That's awesome, proud dad. If you want to talk about that, you can, Kaiser. I'm not going to personally myself. The subreddit will be a place where you guys can talk about. Well, so you got to be real careful though, Kaiser. You got to be real careful because insider trading, um, when you talk about stuff like that, like plays that you want to do, part of insider trading is that it has to be one of the things is that your talking has to be open to the general public. So I might have to have some rules as to like what you can and can't say in regards to plays. If you just want to say like, um, I really like this stock or something like that, or I'm looking at this stock, and then kind of keep it to that, that's fine. Or you could even ask for, what do you guys think of this stock here, that kind of thing. But I might have to have some rules on because it will be a locked community. So it's not open to the general public, and that can be considered insider. Well, I don't know if it's called insider trading. That's not insider trading. It's called I forget what it's called. Collusion. Password 2 weeks. 220 degrees below zero. Oh, you betcha, Bobby. When the time comes, Manjeet, I will definitely provide the link. I promise. It will. I'll put it out there. Hmm. Yeah, I see what you're saying, Ollie. I do remember when there was. Hmm. So let me get this straight. Are you saying, Ollie, that you think that part of those 30 million, part of that 70 million, 30 million of it's those shares that we saw disappear? Randy, welcome to the show. And it sounds like you have Gorilla Glue hands for sure. Oh, shoot, guys. It's 10:36. Did I miss my break? What the heck? Einstein, it's gonna be open for anybody. It's gonna be open for anybody who can prove that they were. Right now, it's the subreddit is completely unlocked, meaning that anybody can join the subreddit at any time right now, and it's gonna stay that way until I start advertising the subreddit. I've done private invitations to the subreddit, so there's actually people that are in there currently. Well, at least I think there is. I haven't checked it recently, but um, and you're gonna actually find that I posted some kind of weird things a while back when I actually created it. So, but uh, if you go now, you can get in now, and there's no restrictions. Like you can join it, and I'm not gonna kick you out. So, but there will come a point in time where I will lock it. Um, and the only way that you will get in is by showing me that you had ownership of AMC shares through this process. So I won't need a handshake. It'll be open to anybody who can show me that they owned GME or AMC shares. It doesn't matter. Ape Snape. Yeah, I know, Kaiser. I just want to be careful, you know what I'm saying? Like I don't fully know that I would be, breaking any rules that we couldn't go in there and talk privately about stocks and stuff like that. But at the same time, though, I would rather just err on the side of caution and protect everybody and just have like rules set up saying that, certain things are off subject. We could always open up a subreddit where we have like, um, I don't know. I always thought it'd be fun to have like, a group of like Wall Street Bets, right? But instead of Wall Street Bets, it's like Apes Are Us. I kind of like that. Apes Are Us. And you just go there and talk publicly about what kind of trades you're looking into. I don't know. Came out this morning, John, and it looks crappy. Inflation hasn't been this bad since the 80s. I do, Manji. I do have a link, but not. I'm not handing it out yet. You have my Reddit, so I'm not gonna tell you how to get there. But you see my subreddit name, or not my subreddit, you see my Reddit user ID right here. You can do some investigative work and use your non-wrinkled brain to find the subreddit. It should be fairly easy to do. Uber stock is halted. Let me check it real quick here, Bjork. Let me look at the stock price. I'm going to take my break a little bit later today, guys. I think I'll take it 11 since I missed going. Let me watch the order book. Oh man, they're taking hits. By the way, guys, I've never had a beard like this in my whole life, and I, for some reason, just can't. When I'm like studying things, I can't keep my, I can't get, I need to keep my hands off my beard. I can't stop touching myself. It's like, I don't know. It's like, it's just fun to kind of tug at the hair. It's, it's really hard to see Bjork. I'm looking for it and I'm not seeing it. But I, I can see right now that when I'm looking at it right this second that it's not, it's, I wasn't looking at it when it was back here, and this could have been, but since I've been looking at it, it's only been price has only been going up, and you can see actual hits occurring at like 1977, 78, 79, 80, and 81. Like those are legit taking hits right now, and those are actually they're adding more to those positions, and they're trying to block this price from continuing to go upwards. So right at this moment in time, as I'm looking at this, this is not a short attack down. There's legit hits being taken. There are walls that are absolutely there's no spoofing here. They're taking legit hits. Now the big chunk's going, and they're loading it back up. I can take you guys over to the other page just so you guys can see it too. I really need to get rid of that obnoxious AMKC in there. I I forget every time I forget to change. I need to change it to something else. I don't know, like the movie or I don't know, whatever. I need to put something else in there because it's just so obnoxiously large. Oh, there it went, gone. And the orders didn't actually go through, so they canceled. Oh no, no, they did go through. 16,000. I see it. It's in here. The orders are going through so fast I can't get back to it. I saw it. They took the real hit. They're gone. Open path. Once it breaks through the 7,000, it could run at 1985. Oh man, they're loading it up. They don't want it to get past 1985. They're completely loading up on it. I could do this for hours, guys. I know it's not exciting for you guys, so I don't, because I could just sit here. I'm literally such a geek that I could sit here and watch this order book. When it's got this much activity, I could watch it all day long like I'm playing a video game. I really could. You can learn so much. If you just sit down and you watch the order book and try to understand what's happening, your whole world changes. Your whole world changes on how you see the stock market and how it trades. Boom, gone. They just repositioned everything to try and stop it from running, but they can't. It's gonna run. They keep loading up. They keep backloading and trying to reset this and short it. They short it down just a tad bit, just enough to keep it from running. Okay, now they're going on the offense. The defense is going on the offense, and they backloaded it in 1985 again, and it's gone. It's gonna run. It's gonna run through. They can't stop it right here. There's too much buying pressure. It's crazy. I wanted to. Bjork says I like it, and Salty Dog says it's exciting. I think it is exciting. Guys, like I love the fact that you're nerds like me. Randy says I watch your channel at work on my computer from 5 a.m. to 1 p.m. Vegas time every day. Other channels seem to be like AMC frat, like so-called ape leaders in the community. Yeah, screw. I'm not into all that junk. You know, I'm I'm a I'm a rebel. I'm a rebel, Dottie. Haha, I know you are. What am I? I'm a rebel, Dottie. Oh man, Pee Wee Herman. Gotta love that guy. Whatever happened to him? Oh yeah, forgot about that. He was handling his meat too. Kita says, Casey, all that info is on Fintel. Which ones do you look at? Maybe do a video on how you look at this stuff. Uh, maybe. The problem, Keto. I'm not a man of many words. Like my words are small words. I feel like a T-Rex when it comes to words. I'm all like, talking hard. It's like I can't pick something. It's like me and words. It's like a T-Rex trying to pick something up off the ground. Can't get it. Can't get it. And so like when I try to explain something, that's why I love interviewing people. Interviewing people who have words, like True Demon. Right. As soon as I saw his information, I was like, this guy knows what he's talking about. He's seeing the same things I'm seeing, and he has words. I need to talk to him. So I much prefer to interview people who um, know how to use words. So I don't know. Maybe I can get somebody on here to do an interview with. Oh, by the way, guys, I was propositioned for um, doing a video with somebody to show you how to open up your Wax account so you can um, collect your NFTs. And that was I actually haven't collected my I own AMC shares NFT yet. And the reason I haven't done that was because I was waiting for somebody to be like, hey, I can't open up my account. Well, one of my moderators actually last night contacted me and said, hey, how do I open up my Wax account? I'm having problems. And I was like, perfect. So, so I'm going to probably do that interview. Maybe it'll be this weekend. I don't know. But I'll do an interview and we'll get those Wax accounts open and show you guys in a video so that you guys know how to do it because it's free. It's free. Pick up your NFT, right? Like, get it. Get it while it's hot. Jordan says, can you interview me? I know how to use words somewhat. Well, Jordan, let's talk on the side. Let's talk on the side and let me see how your words are. And we'll see what we can do there. Maybe we can make something happen. I'm all about interviewing people. I love it. I'd much rather hear you talk than me talk. Yeah, I want to check Uber real quick, guys. Porter says I got the best words. 2 weeks. Let me guess. 2 weeks. Those are, see that's the kind of words kind of guy I am. Like I just throw out little catchy, stupid stuff like suck, squeeze, bang, blow, and 2 weeks and handle my meat. I'm like Beavis and Butthead over here of stock market. Uh, It's like going up and stuff, and there's like green things, and then there's this like vortex indicator. I can't. It's funny. All right, we gotta check out Uber. I want to check out Uber. I'm the black sheep of the community. I can't. I'm laughing inside, and I can't even think what I'm typing out here. Uber, right? Yeah. Halted trading on Uber. Why? I don't see anything mentioning a market halt on Uber, and I don't see any pauses in trading in here. Um, so I'm not sure. I would need to know more specifics. Going back and reading what you guys are saying. Oh, dang, did you guys see that? Holy moly, I'm still on Uber here, guys. What the heck? That was out of nowhere. Oh, snap. It makes me want to go back and check AMC. Oh, snap. That was hard. That was super hard. Man. Oh, I'm going to so go back and watch this. 10:52. I'm setting a timestamp here. I got to go back and watch this ad stream marker. Okay. That was a hard snap. I can't wait to go back and look at the order book on that one. Oh, and it's going back the other. It's fighting back up now. Wait, who said it was suspended? Why was it suspended? Because it still looks like it was trading. I do, Rose. I'm still standing by it. It's really unpopular, but I'm standing by it. Wait, why? Why? Okay, volume is at 30.5. You know what? This is why Fintel was down this morning, guys. Everybody's repositioning. The whole market is looking for where they want to move their positions to. Let me just check something out here. Average 3-month volume is 30 million. Their free float is 74.4 billion. Oh, no, 1.93 billion. 1.93 billion and their average volume is 30 million. That's low. They're not shorted. Did they have an earnings report that came out? I don't see anything. I don't know if that's up or down. Yeah, here's a report right here on Uber that says inflation hits 40-year high, pushing stocks lower. Rate of 7.5% was more than expected. Bond yields jump. Um, So the CPI, the consumer price for the CPI guy, consumer price index showed a 0.6% rise in January. This is all stuff we were talking about earlier this morning. The yield on the benchmark 10-year Treasury note leaped, reaching 2% for the first time since July 2019. Oh, by the way, guys, I'm just going to throw this out there. Not financial advice. And the reason I'm saying it is because like I saw something in the article that just reminded me of it. Go back in history and look to see what some of the first sectors were that started improving after a market crash. Energy, 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 energy. Think energy. Sounds good, Manjeet. We'll see you at 3. All right. Yeah, I was going to, Proud Dad. Just kind of holding off on it. First, I want to see something over here. Trading signals. Event earning Q4 on the day, so they must have had a they have a sell direction today for their Q4. Okay, so their earnings report's coming out essentially. So they're going to blame this on the earnings report. And they can lock it when earning reports come out like that. Yeah, like I said, this stock is not heavily shorted. This is really not a heavily shorted stock, guys. This is Uber's strictly probably an earnings report issue. You guys got me talking about other stocks. Remember, we're AMC here, guys. Come on, focus. You got me talking. You got me monologuing, and only the bad guys monologue, making me into a bad guy. Who are you? I'm Batman. I can only imagine one person who would be pissed off by that. Lift at the same time? All right, hold on. Yeah, so they're allowed to do. So the reason that the price got halted on Uber was because they had the earnings report come out. So that had to be that they had to put a stop on it, and they're allowed to do that. That is in the rules that they can stop if they suspect there to be something crazy happening to the stock price based off of something like that. They can freeze the price for a little bit before. But what's really odd to me though is it looks like it's trading though. It looked like it was trading all the way up to that point. So I don't know. It's kind of weird. I mean, this doesn't surprise me. Who asked me to look at these side by side? Mohammed. This doesn't surprise me, right? Like you have two companies that are in the same industry. Like they probably both had earnings maybe were poor for this last quarter, right? that makes sense. But then when you put AMC and GME next to each other and they have nothing to do with each other, industry-wise, there's no reason for it. So earlier with the cup and handle, I was expecting us to reach 2117. We only made 2096. There's a possibility that we still reach that, but let's take a look at our numbers here. Let me take you over the stats screen. I'm still, I just went over the stats screen and I'm still thinking about Trey going out to like a freezer somewhere. It has like this big slab of meat on a hook in a response video to me. I can see it. I can see it happening. All right, off exchange 51.66, EDGX at 12.54. Let's refresh these. Now showing 52.73 in the off exchange. That's higher than the 30-day average by a full percentage point. EDGX, on the other hand, is slightly less than what the 30-day average is. They're definitely hiding price discovery in our stock today. That's some elevated dark pools. I'm calling it. I don't care, guys. I'm calling it dark pools. It's elevated. Let's see here. An hour ago, it was 1.68 million shares having been borrowed. It's now 1.55. That's going to lower the estimated short share interest of the free float to 21.67%. And let's take a look at our options. At $20 strike price, an hour ago there was 37.6 thousand contracts. There's now 45.3. On the puts, at $18 strike price, there was 13,000 contracts. There's now 15.7. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC was in 7th an hour ago. We are now in 6th, highest volume traded stock on Fidelity. With 60% buy to 40% sell ratio, we're right at that breaking point there of that I don't like to see us go below. GME is, oh, excuse me, 23rd with 66% buy to 34% sell ratios. Shares borrowed in the last hour, according to Stock Tracker. Did I count those? What time is it? 11. That means I need to look at everything from 11 above. So I think I counted those. Yes, I did. Okay, so no new shares having been borrowed. 73.6 thousand contracts are in the money on the calls. 109.8 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts. SSR trips at 1705. And it's funny how I keep transferring over to that page and it's the cup of coffee. It's like it's subliminally telling me you need more coffee right after I yawn. NASDAQ is down 0.36%. Dow Jones is down 0.24%. S&P 500 is down 0.36%. Advancers, 4,534 advancers to 2,967 decliners. The VIX is up 6.16%. IWM is up 0.66. Tesla is up 0.05. Amazon is down 0.56. Cinemark is up 1.74. Doge is up down 1.5. Bitcoin is up 2.35. GME is down up 2.99. Hood is up 5%. AMC is up 5.31. Let's refresh to see what our inflow versus outflow is. 11 million more dollars in inflow. 60.54 million shares having been traded so far through the day. We're not even halfway done. Let's see. We're on pace for 151 million shares traded for the day today. I don't know. I have a feeling we're going to end the day somewhere like 120. I think that's a good number. I really do think that's a good number. If we're up another 5% and we're up 151, I might have to call it the blow. I might. I don't know. I'm torn because it's the price issue I'm having a problem with. It's not moving up. It's not what I would consider to be blow quality. I feel like when the words came out of my mouth as I was saying it, and I was like, yeah, it's not good to say. It's just not good. It's not good stuff. What am I saying? I don't know. Let's move on. On the daily, we have more selling pressure, or sorry, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 52.71, which is just slightly above average. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 72.9, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 66.03. On a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 53.63, which is right down the middle. And that's us in a nutshell. Oh, I pretended like I did the Austin Powers. That's me in a nutshell. And you guys couldn't even see it. It could be Remtech. I mean, because it really the whole thing is that um, some really weird stuff happened. What was the time frame? Let me go back here and look. Yeah, it was like December 17th. We went up 19% and 231%. That's a blow. That's a blow. 19% up in a day. He said blow. We were up 19% in a day and 231%. That is a blow right there. Hands down. And like something strange happened and it was just like the volume fell out of nowhere. Volume fell out of nowhere and price just was dead. It was crazy. 1217. I really don't know what happened there, but it just wasn't very typical. And then it was almost like we had a reset, like a normal reset of the suck squeeze bang blow, and we started the suck portion again on 1231. And then we moved into the squeeze on 12 or 124, and then the bang on 2-1. So I don't know. I don't know. Um, what's up with 21? Doctor says. Specifically, I'm not sure. Like I couldn't really specifically tell you like why 21 is so vital. I mean, if it does seem, let me just look at something. I mean, I feel like I could give you an answer. Um, Really, I think we just kind of completed this 2096 is that cup and handle formation completion. It was supposed to make it to 2117, but never quite made it. If they're putting the kibosh on this, then you could look at this. One way that you could look at this is this to me looks like a bullish flag, pennant flag situation. I said flag and I meant pennant. So you have starting this movement. I would put it at 9:35 and the top, reaching the top at 10:45. So an hour and 10 minutes. So if you're going to have this pattern complete, if this truly is indeed a pennant, then you're going to have something that looks a little bit. Let's start from a different point. An hour and 10 minutes from 10:45. So 11:45, 11:55. So basically, like in another 30 minutes, no, 40 minutes from now, we might see a breakout. Let me just draw this and see if that's the case. I'm having a hard time figuring out where this is going to go, but oh wait, I'm in a 5-minute interval. So that would be, yeah, it would be 11:55. So it should be breaking out like right now. Right? And I should have broken out back here. We're already past the breakout time for a pennant. Yeah, we're already past the breakout period. So what I would suggest to you, doctor, is that perhaps what we do is maybe we have a little bit of consolidation here because this was a pretty hard rip, right? If we pull up the Bollinger Bands on this bad boy, we're probably going to see it touching all the way up, right? So here you got full on candlesticks outside the Bollinger Bands. So you're going to have a cooling off all the way back to the simple moving average, right? So you need cooling off period of time here before this thing can start ripping again. So you're going to see this start. It could break out of this wedge any moment, right? It's going to head back up, probably test that 21 range again, and then maybe some more consolidation, right? Some more consolidation, and then we'll start to have what probably appears to be like a uh, a bullish triangle where you've got one touch point, you'll have like a second touch point, maybe a third touch point, and then a breakout. I'm theorizing. We don't have enough we don't have enough indicators to know for sure, but that could be a possibility. You're welcome, doctor. I feel bad. Like sometimes I feel like I used to do a lot more technical analysis on drawing the charts out, but I feel like a lot lately. I'll tell you what part of it is. Part of it is that this thing's been trading so much different since early December that I, I kept drawing patterns and the patterns weren't playing out, whereas they used to play out just perfectly. Like remember when I used to draw the wedge and then I'd say leave out just the tip and then it would break outside my wedge like all the time. Well, that stopped. That stopped happening in December. Like the wedges just it wasn't breaking out where it was supposed to, and that's why I said there was a change in trading behavior back in early December, which kind of led me down the path of believing that somebody else was controlling price other than hedge funds. We moved into a period of time where we saw off-on switches. And I still kind of feel like that's the case until Friday. I think it changed on this last Friday. It's starting to look more normal again. It looks like a variation. It looks like a variation between normal pattern trading and on-off switches. Got the regular old love boat going on in here. The love boat. I'm just teasing you guys. I'm teasing. $62.39 million shares traded so far. It's so high. All right, guys, I'm gonna head to break because you know what happens when I go to break. Nikki's like, "What's the love boat?" Oh God, I feel old. Welcome to the channel, Thick. My grandma's smiling in her grave hearing the Love Boat tune. Yeah. You said Lou. Thanks, Jana. Yeah, now we'll finally go up now that I'm leaving. All right, let me take off so we can get up, so we can get up here. All right, you gotta look it up, Nikki. Just go look it up. Wikipedia. It's an old TV series called The Love Boat. And I have no idea what it was about, but as a kid, it used to come. I felt like it always came on like right after the cartoons ended. It wasn't the first thing to come on after the cartoons ended, but you'd go around looking for cartoon. You know, it was crazy when you were a kid. You go, even though you knew there wouldn't be any cartoons on, you'd turn on the TV and you'd still surf through, and you'd always come across like The Love Boat or Days of Our Lives or some BS show like that. You're just like Dallas, and you're like, none of my good TV shows are on. Get all upset, turn it off. Anyways, it's an old TV show. Probably not worth rewatching. I don't know. I got to get out of here, guys. I'll see you in a little bit. Let me put up the stuff on the screen here real quick. Nikki making me feel old. And I know I'm not the only one. Jana's over here going like, "Ugh, I know what that is." Oh shit. I have no idea, Jana. I have no idea who I feel like I remember um honestly I enjoyed Fantasy Island more. I think cuz uh cuz they had our favorite little guy. What was his name? I can't think why can't I think of what his name was? Uh Tattoo. You met Tattoo? Get out. Get out. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. That's crazy. That's crazy. That would have been really super cool. That's a story to tell. I want to hear that story someday. All right, guys, going to break. We'll see you guys back at noon. Have a good lunch. So rude to abrupt the music like that. Abruptly stop the music like that. All right. I had a request. Azrul is asking me a question here. So let's see. He wants to see IWM and compared to January 2021 and June 2021. So let me pull that up real quick here, and then we'll take a look at the rest of our numbers here. So let me just pull this up. I'm gonna get rid of the info and my camera, and let's just take a look at things here real fast on Ortex. I think I see where he's going with this, but he just kind of wants to see a general pattern perhaps forming, and so I'm going to entertain this. Let's get rid of some of this noise here. So the exchange reported short interest of the free float is currently at 46.38%, which is this value here. This is currently, so it was really high as of yesterday, 51.85, and then dropped down a little bit here. So let's take a look at something. Let's go back to June. Right back here. Okay, so the value back here, the estimated short share interest of the free float was at 55.2 and dropped down. Let's see, no, that's actually April. April, May. Okay, so it was actually pretty low. IWM was actually pretty low before the June run up. It was like at 32.23, and then after it actually started rocketing up as the price started falling on AMC. By June 9th, it had gone from 32.48 all the way up to 47.6. So this is that period right here. January is right back here. January 11th, SI on this percentage of SI on this was really, really low at 18.44. And then right after, by February 1st, it skyrocketed all the way up to 42.24. So we hit almost one of the largest numbers in the last year. There was one time that it was higher. $51.85, 55.35. Yeah, so just the only other time that it was higher than it was yesterday was April 20th. Now taking a look at XRQ. Oops. Put the phone down, Casey. Oh, that's not what it is. Oh, why do I always forget what it is? XRT. Why do I always think Q? XRT. I don't know why I always... It's like I'm dyslexic. I actually am. Q and T, opposite sides of the fingers on the keyboard, Casey. All right, let's take a look at the shorts there, because that's actually where GME resides now for the ETFs. And let's look at the same thing. Estimated short share interest of the free float spiked really super high back in October. June. I think GME actually would have been. I'd have to go back and look at the records, but I think in June, GME might have still been trading on IWM, but I'm not positive. Somebody would have to correct me. But it's definitely over here. It's definitely over here now, and trading at Yesterday at 459, estimated short share interest was 459.89%. Today it dropped down to 374. So there's some really high numbers there. Um, I'm gonna have to dive into this deeper. I'll tell you if there's one thing that I'm really bad at, guys, it's doing DD in front of you. There's unmistakably no doubt in my mind that I'm DD shy. I am definitely DD shy. I really like doing my DD. I have to tell you guys, 22 years of my life, I've spent almost every single minute of that working night shifts. And when I feel like there's pressure, or if I feel like there's people working or looking over my shoulder, I it's too much for me. It's just too much. So really getting into these charts and doing some in-depth thinking would require me to be quiet and just shut up and just stare at this for a while and try to work things through my head or say things that are stupid out loud. And I can't do it in front of people. You guys are like, yeah, right. He's got like a genius son that he actually goes to and he pulls all this information out of. That's He is a genius. He is a genius. But I just use him for my OBS work. He's the guy that put together that little GIF of that you saw this morning. Pour some sugar on me. That's his doing. Now, I'm throwing him under the bus there, but that is definitely his doing. This whole green screen thing that I got going here, he helped me out with that. Kid's smart, man. Kids are smart these days. Thank you, Fuzzy Wuzzy. Appreciate that. I don't think so, Doctor. Randall Cornett just posted a video. He's MIA for a long time. We must be getting close. Interesting. All right, well, let's take a look at the data here, guys. Let's pull everything up. I do think that there's going to be one more drop before this thing takes off, and when it does, it's going to be massive. But we've seen it like multiple times in the past where that's the case. All right, taking you guys over to the other page. Let's take a look at, first off, let's take a look at the off exchange. Price suppression this morning, last hour, it was 52.73 and 12.34. It is now 54.35 and 12.29. So there's definitely a lot of suppression of price in the off exchange. That number is high, very high. I've seen it higher, so it's not tapped out, but it's high. Taking a look at Ortex data. An hour ago, there was 1.55 million shares having been borrowed. Now it's 1.12. That's going to lower the estimated current short share interest of the free float to 21.59%. Taking a look at those options, let's refresh them. My gosh, there's so many. At a $20 strike price an hour ago, there was 45.3 thousand contracts. There is now 53,000. This just reeks so heavy of like a double trap. Everybody always calls them bull traps and bear traps. Has anybody ever thought about there being a neutral trap? Like, I mean, I know who that benefits. That benefits the bulls more. I mean, it benefits the long institutions who are loaning out the shares. But I want to call it like the Oh hell, let's just call it. Let's just call it the what does father always call it? Mother. I always forget what he calls it. There's a term for it. Composite woman, something like, or mother, composite mother, something like that. I forget. It's a composite. It's a composite trap. That's what it is. It's a composite trap. 53,000 contracts. For the put side, $18 strike price. An hour ago, there was 15.7 thousand contracts. There's now 17.9. I'm just looking at those options. They're pretty crazy. All right, moving on. AMC's got a lot of volume today, guys, so I'm surprised we're not climbing up the list a little bit faster here, but we're only in fifth right now, with the highest amount of volume trades on Fidelity with 58% buys to 42% sell ratio. That's underneath the 60-40 number that I like to see, so it is what it is. GME coming in at 22nd with 66% buys to 34% sell ratio. They have a good ratio, just no volume. Jimmy can't come out to play when his shares are locked away. Just saying. Just saying. Shares borrowed in the last hour, only showing returns. Oh wait, there's another 100K. 2.3 million shares having been borrowed for the day today. It's funny because I just went to a space clock. You guys, this is how crazy stupid I am. I leave here to go take a break. I make some food. I sit down and I literally go into space calls. And I usually just listen, but there weren't very many people in the one that I went into today. So I started talking, like more talking. Like, holy crap, I can't stop talking. It's like diarrhea of the mouth. I really do. I like to sit down and I just like to sit there and listen to people talk about AMC. Um, I guess maybe it's like having your feelers out, understanding what people are saying. Market sentiment. Nasdaq is down 0.95%. Dow Jones is down 0.75. S&P 500 is down 0.98. However, we have more advancers than decliners, with 4,063 advancers to 3,436 decliners. I learned something while I was on that space call. I was telling them how I had a problem getting into Fintel earlier, right? Remember when we were trying to look up the institutional shares owned this morning, and we couldn't get in there to find out what it was? We need to try again because I forget what her name is, but somebody on the space call, she said that she couldn't get in either. Still, the VIX is up 11.42%, guys. When VIX goes up, we normally go down. We normally go down when VIX goes up. I think we see a slow decay today at price. Maybe somewhere around like the 1894, maybe 19. I mean, the options are signaling for a 19 close. What am I doing? IWM is down 0.28%. Tesla is down 1.38%. Amazon is down 1.46%. Cinemark is up 0.67%. Doge is down 2.61%. Bitcoin is up 1.51%. They hit 45. They hit 45. They hit the magic number. It might be only down from here. GME is at 2.13% up for the day. Hood is up 1.33, and AMC is up 2.37. We currently have, yeah, 17 million more in inflow than outflow. Is that right? Let me just check my math. Yeah, that's right. 17 more million in inflow than outflow. We're going to take a look at the itchy booger cloud here in a minute because I have a feeling there's something going on there. 73.7, 73.37. Let's see. Let's figure what kind of pace we're on here for the day. 195. Let's see, plus. We're on pace for 125 million shares traded for the day today. That's our current pace. That will probably lower some more. I was suggesting earlier that I think that was probably going to be where we might end up at. So it's obviously going to continue to dip down. You can obviously see the, I keep saying obviously, clearly there is a downtrend in volume. I hate when people use that word clearly. Obviously is no different. But I don't hate that one. Why? I don't know. On the daily, this is how a person with ADD thinks. Uh, on the daily here, we had the crossover. We have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI at 50.47, which is right down the middle. On the 1 hour, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI finally dipping back down underneath the overbought territory and above average now at 60.77. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 53.85, which is right down the middle. On a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 38.21. So I say we've had a cooling off. It seems like we've had a pretty good cooling off of the RSI. It does seem like we might have the potential for price movement upwards incoming. Let's take a look at, let's see if we can draw up a parallel channel in here. Just kind of curious. Let's start with the bottom side. Maybe. I'm gonna go for it. I think we're in a descending parallel channel, which is supposed to be bullish. We'll see what happens. I got 3 touch points on the bottom and 2 on the top. Those are kind of close to each other. I'd rather have it be up here. It might be more of a wedge. No, if it is a wedge, it would be a broadening wedge. I think. Let me just check it. No, it wouldn't be broadening. It's a nasty looking wedge, though. It's a nasty looking wedge that basically puts us basically has us trending down here. Let me draw a trend channel on this bad boy and potentially putting us out. Yeah, $19 close. Once you know it, the options are signaling what they want. So it's either a descending parallel channel or a wedge. So I think that we're probably just going to crawl down this for the rest of the day. I think that's where we're headed. I'm sticking to it. All right. Options sex. Boris. Come on. Boris. That turnover is looking crappy. Day traders screwing things up. Oh yeah, let's go. Thank you, Anthony. Let's look at the itchy booger. I almost forgot. Thank you for reminding me. We're going to take a look at the itchy booger. For those of you who don't know, it's a joke. It's a joke today. It's not really called the itchy booger. It's called the Ichimoku cloud, but we're going to call it the itchy booger cloud because it's so much easier to say and so much more fun. So let's do it. I mean, I like to put myself in other people's shoes. If I was a swing trader, my buy position would have been around here. I think. Let me make sure. No, no. My buy position would have been here. My buy position would have been here. My exit position, this would have been where you would want to first sell out. But you're kind of waiting on this a little bit to see if it doesn't bounce off of it. It does. But now it's testing down a second time. So if this is my buy-in here at 17.91, maybe I swing trade out at 19 bucks. Because this is a second test down on this the conversion line. Still showing strength in the end though. Yeah, that's what I would do. Maybe sell at 19. But I would probably check the 4-hour just to verify. 4 hours, definite buy yesterday around that time that I was saying. Yep, definite buy. Question is how high is the top on this? It's already touched the base. That's like the very first sign that you should be selling from a swing trader's perspective. So the first thing I'm going to say is, Anthony, is that you're saying the turnover is looking crappy. You know, we'll take what we can get. We'll take what we can get because it's still help. We'll take the help, right? I want you guys to remember that swing traders are also retail. They're not apes, but they're definitely retail. And we'll take all the help we can get. They're the cavalry, bringing in the tail horse, the tail end of it. So, yeah, itchy booger. And I'm giving full credit to oh, I didn't write their name down. Why did I not do that? Hold on a second. Wasn't Splinter? I really want. Oh, it's Pebbles. 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 I'm giving full responsibility to Pebbles for the itchy booger, I think. Correct. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong, please. There is one more thing I want to look at too. I just remembered. I'm laughing because I think this is funny. You may not find it funny, but so I was suggesting, if you go back and you look in the history here of AMC, you'll see a couple different who said it? Who said the divergence? Keto said huge bullish divergence on the daily. And one of the things that you can kind of look at from the historically speaking with AMC is that you have these moments in time where all the points lead to a consolidation of the moving averages, right? And when that kind of occurs, when you have this consolidation points of moving averages, and you see lots of them kind of moving down through some of the larger ones. So the MA60 and MA120 are here, and these the ones that aren't moving too much. But you have lines going down, and then you have them all kind of consolidating and coming back up through here. Yeah, right. Like that should be a kind of a sign to you. You know something's coming up here. And then you see something very similar happening like that up here, but except for it's on the top side. The MA 60 and 120 are much lower, but you see how much wider the moving averages are apart from themselves, and then you see like a convergence of all the lines, right? They all kind of come together, and then they start to separate away, and off takes the price, right? So where was it that I was pointing this out? I was mentioning, I'm not sure if I mentioned it to you guys or not, but I think I was mentioning it to AP right back here. I was saying like, man, it really looks like the moving averages are starting to kind of come together, and then they all started falling apart away from themselves. And then now you notice that they're all starting to, look at that, they're starting to swing back up right here. Swing back up, crossing through each other. Pretty soon they're going to be melting into these MA60s and 120s here. It's just gonna, I look at this as like way back in the day, if it depends on how old you are. Um, it depends on how old you are, but you used to have, if your teachers had a chalkboard and you were in a music class, they had this device where they would put a piece of chalk into it and they could draw staff lines across. But if you but if you didn't have that little device and you had to draw each staff line and you were somebody like me, this is what your staff lines look like. this this is because you guys have seen me draw. You see me you see me draw. These are my staff lines right here. Well, interesting name. Welcome to the channel there, Seaman. I feel like there's some kind of like wordplay there. You said, howdy, Big Casey. 70 million shares borrowed are mostly from Vanguard, and most of it has already been used. Figured I'd tell you. Thank you. Thank you, Seaman. Ryan says, we've been in the MOASS when we went to 70. Ryan, I'm telling you, you don't even know how right you are. You have no idea. When the history books are written, about this, because I know they will be. But when the history books will be written about this, mark my words, that the first signs that I think that we were showing that we were moving into MOASS was the 13th of May. Just throwing it out there. Somebody's going to look at it one day. They may say the 17th of May. Somewhere between the 13th and the 17th of May. That's what I'm guesstimating. I don't know how long it's going to take money making, but I said this one day not too long ago. If you knew you were holding on to Bitcoin, right? If you knew that you for a fact that you knew that you were holding on to Bitcoin when it was only $19 a coin, let me ask you a question. How long would you be willing to hold on to it for if you knew that it was going to get up to the highest prices that Bitcoin got up to? How long? Yeah, that's what he's talking about, Alex. I kind of would like to know that information too. Seaman, if you're still around, yeah. If you wouldn't mind discussing how you think you know that, that would be nice to know. This is definitely an information gathering location, so would love to hear it. No, not of this year, Bobby. Not not of this year. We haven't even hit that date yet. No. I'm talking about last year. Okay, explain. Okay, well, I guess I know what I'm doing on my next break. He is live now. Shoot, so it's a live video. That means it's gonna be long. My attention span's getting low these days. Yeah, report back, Alex. Would love to hear. Ryan said, "What I don't understand, why are they still allowing buying if the company is too big to fail? Can a stock be too big to pay out?" I think I understand where you're going with that, Ryan, and I'm just gonna say that like they can't just the thought process is that the SEC is not going to step in. They're not going to step into a fair market until they absolutely have to. So until there's like huge failures in the system, they're going to try and let the market work itself out. Two weeks, Seaman. You guys. Fidelity showing 57% institutional ownership. Oh shoot. Oh shoot. Let's go check. Let's go check Fintel. Let's go check Fintel. I'm refreshing. I'm not seeing that kind of a number, but yeah, because it's only showing institutional ownership at 175.4. So that is a new record. So I'm going to go ahead and put that down. Our old record was set earlier this morning at 174.7 million shares. It's now 175.439, which is a new record. I told you guys that we would see this fall, middle of this month, but here's the deal. Like, if they did indeed sell off their positions in November, like I suggested, but now they're buying back in, then you'll never see that dip that I was telling you about. We'll never see that February dip. Let me just do some math here. 175 minus 138. 37. This might be the answer. Glasses has got to go on here. Can somebody tell me how much Vanguard bought and where you're getting the information from? Because I'm going through Fintel right now and I don't see. Okay, there it is. Just kidding. I see it. 1112. 47,000. Okay, that's actually really close to the number that I'm getting. 47 million, or I said 47,000. 47 million. That's really, it's only 10 million off. The 10 million that we saw. Okay, so I think this is right. I think this is right. What Seaman may have been saying may have been right. These might all have been Vanguard. And Vanguard may have sold off their position. Let me just make sure here. 13. It's 40 million. 40 million shares is really close to the number that I'm getting. All right, let me show you guys something. This is what I'm seeing. I'll take you back to the minute interval. All right, let me show you guys what I'm seeing. So this, well, I got to take you back to the day just for the second. So this dip right here, this started back in like mid November, and I told you guys I think an institution sold shares in here. I told you, I said we won't know until the middle of February when the reports start coming out. We won't see those sell orders coming through until then. Well, we've got the buy orders. The buy orders are coming through now, so they've bought. They're buying back in. They're buying back in, and or they've purchased back in since they've sold those shares. But I suggested to you guys that there was at least a 30 million share sell-off. So I just calculated the numbers from what I had taken down. At that point in time, I took a number. So we knew how much institutional ownership there was at the time when I started tracking it. There was 138 million shares owned by institutions. If you subtract that from our current institutional ownership of 175.4, that gives you a total of 37 million shares. 37 million shares is damn near close to what Vanguard had with the 40 million shares that they just bought. I think it may have been Vanguard. Vanguard may have sold off some of their position and then re-entered at a lower price. So now we know who. This right here is more than likely a lot of it's Vanguard. Now I'm really curious to see what Randall's saying. I want to see if that jives with what I'm saying. Yep, here it is right here. What's the fund called? Vanguard Group Incorporated. It doesn't say. Shares. Where's previous? Doesn't say. Well, I'm just going to show you this. Previous amount of shares, they went down to 7.6 million. They went down to 7.6 million and then they increased. They didn't have no 7 million shares. They were the ones who sold. It was Vanguard. And it was BlackRock too. They both sold shares. Look at it, 7 million and 5 million. They sold shares. They were the ones. Vanguard and BlackRock sold shares and bought in at a lower price. Mystery solved. Absolutely solved, 100%. Vanguard and BlackRock both sold off huge portions and then bought back in once the price was super low. That's it. There you have it, guys. No, 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 not. I don't. No, no. I mean, there's going to be one last. There's going to be one last push down, but I don't know. I don't know when. I can't tell you when, and I don't know how much. Those are things I have no way of knowing. I can't possibly know those kind of things. But I can almost guarantee you, based off of everything that we've seen, off of every single one of these doggone instances that we've had where price has look at it, guys. You just go back in history and look. The very first portion of what we're seeing right now looks just like this right here. This long downwards momentum, then you have a couple days that are really nice, right? Then you have a little bit more downwards momentum. You have a big spike, and then SSR gets tripped. It moves down. It moves down after SSR. I think SSR tripping was this day, I think right here. Then you count out the days. 1, 2, 3 spikes. Big time. We're probably right here in this section right now. This is where we're probably at. Same thing if we go to June. Same exact thing. Couple days up. Big spike. SSR trips. Tripped right here on this day. 1, 2, 3. 3 days later. We're looking for SSR to trip, and we're done here, guys. Whenever SSR trips, whenever we have that SSR tripping, we know we're done. We're at the end. Look how big this upwards movement is in contrast to this back here. Because this is where we're at. This is where we're at right here. And look how much bigger those are. I'm not changing size at all. Oh, we own way more than the float, WM. We're in this section right here. There's going to be a really big jump in price. A really big jump coming in price. I don't know when. You'll know we're 3 days away whenever we trigger SSR. You can just start counting down the days. Just start counting down the days when 2 weeks. 2 weeks. I do. Seaman, I absolutely think so. The only way that you get SSR to trip is by having at least a 10% downwards trend. The question is when. The question is when. I don't know exactly when. Most of the time, this has only lasted for like three or 4 days, this upwards trend, before you get the really big, huge spike in price. Right? Let's go look at GME, right? Let's not just use AMC. Let's go back to GME and take a look at it and see if it has the same exact thing. I'm looking at GME right here now. Okay, we got red. Looks like price is moving up here. I can't get this to scroll any bigger, unfortunately. Let's try to go down to like a 1 hour and see if we can't get this to show up a little bit better. Webull's gonna crap out on me here any second. All right, here we go. I can't zoom on it. If I had to guess, SSR tripped here. Previous day's close was... All right, so we're looking for the closing price of GME on 122. Let me pull it up. Oh, is it not going to go back that far? Come on. I just got to download a file. Hold on a second. you're kidding me. All right, let me go back out to the day. So the 22nd, was that the day that I said? No, it can't be the day. The 14th. The 14th, the closing price for the day is $39.91. So 35.91 is what it would have needed to hit in order to trigger SSR, and it hits 34.01 that day. So SSR tripped here. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so it was on the fourth day that it started ripping on GME, not the third day. A little bit different there, a little bit of different timing, but your SSR trip happened right here. But we got to see this big, huge spike, right, in price. Then we're going to see like a knee-jerk reaction to that huge spiking in price, like a correction of at least 10%. Then we take off. Guys, you can just walk away right now. Don't even watch me anymore. Just walk away. I'm not even kidding. Like, this is pointless to watch anymore. It's pointless to watch unless you just like seeing the price and you just like seeing history being made. If you just like seeing history unfold, that's the only reason for you to be here anymore. It's the only reason for you to be here. Because there's really no other reason. Because you know what's going to happen. Do I smell? No. You should have had that bottle of wine, Pip Ray. Man, I wish you could have been here earlier. We played some. Nikki came in and asked if we could play some Pour Some Sugar on Me. We played some Pour Some Sugar on Me. We had Kenny dancing on the channel, and we were having a good old time. Yeah, doctor. But I mean, those are bold words. They are very bold words. I don't have an exact timing. But I'm just telling you guys right now. Um, Everything is falling into place. Oh, that's funny, Pip. Because it's Nikki, who has her name actually as Nikki, came in and asked for. I feel like I just laughed like Pee Wee Herman. Where did that laugh come from? I don't know. What the heck? What was that? Oh my. So Alex, while you were gone, I just came to a realization here. Just to let you know what's going on. So I've been stating for a long time that back in November, that we saw institutions selling shares. That the whole reason that we were moving. I'm gonna roughly summarize all this stuff up here, guys. So this dip right here, starting in mid-November, this whole dip that we saw, I was insinuating that there was an institutional share sell-off during this period of time. We now have the proof, according to Fintel. We can see it for our own eyes. It is factual. Uh, if you come up to this page here and you look down here at Vanguard Group, you can see that it says previously owned shares 7 million, 7.6 million, and 5.9 million. Vanguard and BlackRock did not have 7.6 million and 5.9 million shares months ago. They didn't. They had much larger positions than this. Now it says their current shares are 47 million and 42 million. They sold off their positions back in middle of November, like I told you guys we would see, and then they bought back in. They bought back in at a lower price. For 100% certainty, I can show you right here factual data from Fintel that shows that they sold off and bought back in their positions. So 100%, that is very, very obvious. Now, where did I go from here? Because I can't remember. See, this is what happens when I'm under pressure, when I know there's people watching. I don't build these things out very well. So what was next? I can't remember what was next. Where did I build off of that? I don't remember how I built. Oh, yeah. Here we go. Next thing. Institutional ownership. When I said that, I started tracking it. 138 million shares owned by institutions at the time when I started tracking this. Now it's 175. The difference is about 37 million shares. When you subtract these two numbers, you get 37 million shares. That's 40 million shares. That's basically the difference between what Vanguard just recently bought in shares. They bought 40 million, not 37, but 40. Really close numbers. Really, really close numbers. So I think this all, but I mean, the Fintel data alone is enough for me to confirm that they indeed did sell off their positions and bought back in. But the question is, since they've already bought back in, where is this buying pressure coming from? I'm not sure exactly how or why this buying pressure how it would come in the way that it is. But they bought, they sold, they bought, and they're in a lower position, so they're ready to start making money. So accumulation happened. Absolutely. So now where we're at is we're at a very unique moment in time that's happened twice before on the stock, and it's happened right here before, where we had a nice long downtrend in price, a couple days of upwards movement, maybe some sideways movement, and then a very sharp spike in price, and then a large downwards trend, followed by SSR tripping on this day. I think it was right here. And then you have 1, 2, 3 days, price started really starting to rip. Happened again back here where you had an upwards trend after you have the long downtrend. You have the 1, 2, 3, 4 days ish right here, and then a big pop. SSR gets tripped, I think, right here, and it's 1, 2, 3 days, and then you have huge price movements upwards, and now you have us here with this big downtrend going down here. These are your couple days going upwards. We're going to see maybe like a 1 or 2 sideways days maybe, and then a big pop. It's going to pop really big. Then you're going to get your downwards momentum, 10%, maybe a little bit more. I'm not sure. We're waiting for SSR to trip now. That's what we're waiting for. Once SSR trips, we're going to be good. I'm looking for a closing price today of around $19. It's already fallen outside the parallel channel and the wedge, so neither one of those held up. Where's this moving to? That's bad. Hmm. I don't know what's going on with this pattern here, guys. I really don't see, I don't see where it's going to. Let's run with this. Do I dare go back to the old days and leave out just the tip? For good old memory's sake, let's just go for it. What are you looking for exactly, Doctor? What part, yeah, we can't trip SSR in the after hours. Uh, SSR won't trip in the after hours. I would love to think that it can, but from my experience, it does not trip in the after hours. Bad back's coming in throwing daggers. Dang, bad back. What's wrong, man? You didn't like my retweet back to you? Oh, I gotta tell you guys. Bad back, he tweeted me. He came in, he's all like, I gotta read it, bad back. I gotta read it. It was funny. I thought it was funny. Where is it? Y'all been yelling 2 weeks since before Thanksgiving, but I guess goalposts were meant to be moved. If you know what it is, then you know it's not it. And so my response back was 2 weeks, question mark. Oh, wait, I forgot. Hashtag 2 weeks. And by the way, now guys, it's trending. The last time I put hashtag 2 weeks in, nothing happened. It was like 2 weeks. It didn't recognize. All I had to put in was hashtag two, and it pops up hashtag 2 weeks. So you guys have done something to make that trend. So maybe feel proud of yourselves. I'm not sure. Keto, I'm happily taken, man. I don't. There's nothing to be careful about. Thanks, Badback. I appreciate it, man. You helped get it trending. You guys did the work. You guys did the work. If you're gonna be proud of 2 weeks, be proud of it because you did it, not me. It's all your work. I'm just proud to know you guys. the more people who catch on to that, the more like you get something trending and people start catching on to that, and it doesn't matter if it's true or it's false. It doesn't matter. It's excitement. It's excitement. It's powerful. It is so powerful. People don't want to miss the train. You know what I'm saying? They want to get on that train. They want to ride that train. That train's going to come rolling through there. And they're going to start seeing 2 weeks everywhere they go. It's going to be spray painted on signs. Don't spray paint on signs. No stickers. Don't vandalize. You're gonna be out walking around somewhere. And you're gonna see 2 weeks written on something. And you're gonna be like, what? How did that? What? 2 weeks, okay, but it was 2 weeks starting from Monday. I'd be in training from 22nd to 24th. Should I be? No, it's always 2 weeks. Sounds like I'm leaving my therapist. Oh man, you remember what about Bob? Uh, it's so annoying. Like having the doctor tell you to see you back in 2 weeks for something, and it's like you know full well that they don't really need to see you in 2 weeks. I don't know if you guys have had stitches before. If you've had stitches enough in your lifetime, you can remove your own stitches, guys. Like it's so simple. It is all it requires you to do is snip one side of the stitch and pull it out. Like you don't have to go back and see your doctor. This is not medical advice. But I'm telling you, it's really simple to do. And it's just really funny to me how like I'll go into the doctor for some procedure or something and they'll be like, okay, we'll see you in and usually I think it's maybe it is 2 weeks for stitches. I forget if it's 2 or 3. They'll be like, we'll see you in two weeks, right? And you're like, no, you won't. I'll take them out myself, thanks. Dr. Shaw. I mean, it's just so simple, guys. It is really simple. Like it's not rocket science. Mohammed says, "What I expect from Robin Hood is squeeze, please help." I shouldn't be laughing. I shouldn't be laughing. Well, first off, I'm going to tell you, Mohammed, is that I have Robin Hood over here as a ticker. Let me get rid of my information box so you can see it over here. Yeah, Robin Hood. The reason why I have that ticker up here is so I can watch them burn. I love watching them burn. They screwed investors a little over a year ago. They took away the buy button. People could still sell, but they couldn't buy. What you do with your money is your choice, Mohammed. You have to remember that above and beyond all else. Your money, your choice. I have a list of brokers in my description box that tells you what everybody did as a broker who might be an option for you. There might be some that aren't on the list that you can go take a look at and see what they did back in January of last year. Can I assure you that they will, that some of the brokers on the good side of the list there won't become bad actors this next time around? Nope, I sure can't. I cannot assure you that at all. But I do kind of have a tendency to feel like history will repeat itself when it comes to bad actors. So you have to do what you think is right for your own money. I can't tell you what to do. The 22nd is almost in 2 weeks. The arc looks like tightening. Oh, I saw it on the Discord, Alex. Yeah, I saw that. Oh, your birthday's on the 22nd, Rim? All right, well, we'll make. Is the 22nd a day where we trade? Let me see. Um, hey Siri, set a reminder for February the 22nd at 2 p.m.
I didn't find a reminders list. Do you want to create one?
Yes.
What do you want to be reminded about?
Remtax's birthday. at 2 p.m.
I'm having a bit of trouble here. Please try again.
So subpar. I feel like, how did we ever put somebody on the moon? You want to know why people don't think we've gone to the moon? Because of shit like this. This stuff right here. Like how do you put somebody on the moon but you can't get Siri to give you a correct date for a scheduled something? You know what I'm saying? Like, really? Hey Siri, set a schedule for February 22nd at 3 p.m. Oh, that's too late. Shoot. I messed up. That's my fault this time. Hey Siri, set a schedule for a reminder at 2 o'clock p.m. on February 22nd for Remtak's birthday.
Your appointment is scheduled on February 22nd, 2022 from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. The appointment is called Rent Tax Birthday.
Rent tax birthday. There you have it. Rent tax's birthday. I'll remember that one. Dr. Zeno, I'm going to trade off of indicators. I am not going to be trading off of floors, targets, brackets. All that is nonsense. Jeff says, Casey, when this is going down, can they take the buy button away? My broker at Merrill says no. What if I want to sell a portion of my shares at 350 and when it dips, buy back in? So first off, you said Merrill Lynch, Jeff. So I'm assuming you're here in the States. And the first thing I'll tell you is that we just talked about, or the SEC just talked about yesterday about T+2 settlement dates. Your shares, if you sell at $350, will not clear. Like the money that you have will not clear, and you will not be able to buy back in for 2 whole business days, right? So keep that in mind, because what I really want you to get thinking about, and I've got a video in my playlist, it's 12 and a half minutes of your time. And I want you to go back and I want you to relive the GME squeeze. It's 12 and a half minutes of your life that I'm asking you to watch. I'm not asking you to watch because I want you to get views or some bullshit like that. I'm asking you to watch because it's going to benefit you and it's going to help you to understand how fast things are going to move and how quickly you need to respond and how you could potentially make a mistake or an error that could cost you the most amount of potential that you could get out of this. So you have to think very carefully about what you're going to do in the future. Rent tax, I love you too, man. No homo. You're absolutely welcome. Like I said, guys, it's in my playlist under oh shoot, now I forgot what I called it. One second, let me look.
You've talked a lot about things you.
That's not what I meant to do. Interviews and presentations, and it's actually like it's called Back to the Future GME. So go back to the future, live through live through what it was like to live through GME in 12.5 minutes, through the squeeze of GME. Let those emotions hit you when it's happening. Let them hit you and see where you could possibly make mistakes. And remember that when you have T plus 2, when you sell those shares, it takes you 2 days to get your money back. You're not going to be getting back in for 2 full business days. So when you look at GME, I'm just going to give you a hint here, Jeff. First off, was it Jeff? Yeah, I'm going to give you a little bit of a hint here, Jeff. Based on the modeling that I did on GME to kind of figure out what was going to happen first, or what happens during a squeeze, the 350 mark was hit on 125. On 125, right? 125, I believe. Let me go back in history and see. I just want to make sure. Was a Monday. The price hit the all-time high of $514 on the 20. Why do I have the 28th marked? Is that right? I have the 28th marked. It might have been in the pre-market of the 28th. Wait, that's not the right number. Wait, yeah, that is right. Yeah, the pre-market. It might have been the pre-market or the after hours. It's either the 27th or the 28th. I'm kind of confused by my numbers. It does say 28th on here. Maybe it was the 28th. My numbers say the 28th. I thought it was the 27th, but my numbers on my page here say 28th. So that would have been when you could buy back in. So guess what? You're now buying back in on the backside of the squeeze with your money. And your money is buying in at a much higher rate, potentially buying back in at a much higher rate. Just go back and look at it. See if there's something you could do. Trust me, man, I racked my brains on this for a long, long time, figuring out if there's a way I could swing trade a squeeze. I really did. I ain't gonna lie. I did this a long time ago, guys. Don't judge me now. Judge me for my past. I did. I looked to see if there was a way to swing trade a squeeze play. You can't do it. You can't do it. You can go ahead and check it out and verify for yourself, but you can't do it. The problem is that the price moves too quickly, too fast, and you end up buying in you buy in at a much higher rate than what you sold for, so you're getting less shares. See, my problem was back in March. My problem back in March is that everybody kept saying like you need to sell on the backside of the squeeze, and I was going like, okay, well, how do you know when the backside of the squeeze is? And nobody would tell me. Nobody would tell me what the backside of a squeeze looks like, and I was like, this is ridiculous. How can you possibly know what the backside of a squeeze looks like? Surely there must be a way to know, because otherwise you're just guessing. You have no real clue. Because I started looking at it, and I was like, this is impossible to figure out. But there is a way. There is indicators you can look for that tell you when you're on the backside, and you can end up selling to within 15 to 25% of the top on the backside. On the backside. And I've said it to you guys over and over and over. Day over day volume decreasing is your first indicator. And if on that same day that your day over day volume is decreasing and your dip sizes are starting to decrease. So like if your last dip size was like a 50-60% dip size, and then your next one's only a 30% dip, then guess what? If both of those flag on the same day, you're on the backside of the squeeze. So you're going to be selling on the next upswing. And it's so much better to sell on an upswing than it is on a downswing, because buying is happening, right? You always want to sell when purchasing is happening, because that's how you get your orders filled at the price that you want. And if you know what you want, because you know what the top is, because you already lived through it, because you know you're on the backside, because your indicators have flagged, then you know what you're looking for your price. Don't worry, guys. We'll cover this some more later in the future. Back to the future. You guys, it takes a while. It takes a while to absorb what it is that I'm saying to you. And I understand that. So I'm not expecting you guys to remember these things, but I'll keep repeating them. It'll start to sink in. Yes, ma'am. I will be. I do plan on streaming throughout the squeeze. Ryan's saying if y'all think they won't take the buy button away right before the squeeze, you better think again. They can't afford FOMO in this play. I would simply I would add to that um, you should expect the unexpected. They took away the buy button last time. This time it might not be taking away the buy button. It might be something entirely different. But expect the unexpected. It will happen. Don't let that cause fear. Because if you're ready for anything to happen, if you're like, I'm ready for asteroids to hit the Earth, I'm ready for them to tell us that UFOs are coming to take over the planet, whatever it may be, whatever they throw at us, be ready for the unexpected, because it will come. I promise you. People don't lose this kind of money. Money doesn't transfer hands without there being some kind of temper tantrum. It will come. Yeah, we'll see, Alex. We'll see what happens. I think there's going to be. You never know. You never know what's going to happen. You did not, Pip. You literally. Come on, get out of here. I set two at 40,000 just now to see it took it, so I'm curious. Come on, there's no way you just sold two shares and made 40,000 each. I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. Yeah, you don't know what it's going to be. It'll be something. Pip says it didn't execute. I knew it wouldn't execute. See, the problem is that they have to go through the order book. In order for your shares to sell, the whole order book would have had to have disappeared, and I would have seen that out of the corner of my eye. That would have been pretty eventful. But I'll bet you they showed up. Did they show up on the level two? You should do it again, Pip. You should put them up right now and we'll watch the order book pop up with maybe it'll pop up with shares for 40,000 wall over here on the left hand side for the ask. Or I said left hand side, I meant right hand side. Right now there's some at 5,000. Oh, I see what you're saying. If you don't mind me asking, Pip, you don't have to give this information, but who's your broker? Because my answer will change based on who your broker is. But if you don't feel like answering, just say I'd rather not give that information. Because then I can give you like a generic answer. Well, I can just give you a generic answer. Generic answer is depends on who your broker is. Some brokers won't allow you to put in limits that high. For example, Fidelity, somebody just mentioned that in here just a minute ago. Fidelity won't let you put in anything over 500% than the current price. So right now, the limit for Fidelity should be, if I'm not mistaken, let's see here. Let's use this one. it's way less than that. So like, come on, that can't be right. 150, 120, 145. Fidelities might be like 130. No, 120. All right, that makes sense. 120.96. Yeah, it's a little bit higher than that. 121, 22, 25. Yeah, like 126 is probably like it's like 125-ish. 125 is about as much as you can ask for your shares right now, I think, on Fidelity. Danny, I am a part of some private discords. I do have a few discords that aren't private though. Um, Let me look at my computer here. Hold on a second. You know, I don't really have any that I can really recommend. I mean, I follow. I guess does it say the name at the top? Official AMC only, I guess. Oh, no, here it is. Yeah, official AMC only is one. Um, our AMC stock is another. Um, those are probably like the only ones that I would really kind of recommend. I don't really recommend any of them, honestly. I can't. I can't really recommend any of them. I don't visit them very often. I really just don't. Um, I'm more of a fan of Reddit. I like getting a lot of my information from Reddit, and I really like AMC stock specifically. I prefer that subreddit. Um, Stay away from Stockmaster, or what is that one called? I think it's Stockmaster. No, it's not Stockmaster. What is it? It's I can't think of Super Stonks. Stay away from Super Stonks. I do not recommend that one. If it comes down to it, I've got protocol for here, guys, that if this channel should ever shut down, I have a Twitch account called Casey underscore Shaw, and it's all lowercase. I changed, thanks to somebody mentioning, by the way, that I had didn't have my profile picture set up on there. It's on there now. Um, but that's going to be my like if YouTube fails or goes down, that's where I'm going to next is Twitch. If that fails on both Reddit and Twitter, I will post a Discord that we can all join and talk through on the Discord. So you just have to be on the lookout for that. You'll have to follow my posts or follow my profile on either Twitter or Reddit. And I'm not trying to do this for follows or any crap like that. I don't care. Don't follow me, but know where you can go to find it. Yeah, I'm with you, Pip. I've got 5 shares through Webull, and the rest of mine are through Fidelity. So I think Webull will let you put in ridiculous amounts for limits. I'm pretty sure. I'm not sure what their max is, but I know one time I tested it to see, and I did something stupid, ridiculous, like 20,000, and I did it just before the market closed, and they actually stayed all the way through the entire weekend. They showed up on the order book. I thought it was kind of funny. So just to warn you guys, the order books do close out, and there is a potentiality. Potentiality is potential. Potentiality. I don't think that's a word. That's made up. That is a made up word. There's a potential. There is potential for your limit order to go through at the very last second of the day if you put in some ridiculous limit order sale. So be very, very careful with those. If you're going to put in some kind of order or sale, expect that to be final. You know, anytime you put one of those in, expect it to be final. I've done tests before with a single share just to see what would happen. Not for selling, but for buying. Actually, it was for buying and selling through computer share, if you guys remember correct. It doesn't hurt to do if you're. Hmm, I'm going to provide you guys a link. Hold on a second here. I'm going to provide you a link because I think now is a great time to provide this link. Every once in a while, I'll post this out. If I can find it. MOASS checklist. I worked hard on this one. This is a heck of a read. For a guy who doesn't like reading, this is a hell of a read. Go check that out. That's your MOASS checklist. If you want to be prepared for MOASS, go read that. Go read it. I don't care. You don't have to like it. In fact, hit a dislike. I don't care. But go read it because I'm telling you guys, expect the unexpected. Start preparing now. Know what it is that you're going to do. Know your broker. Know your platform that you're trading on. Understand how your limit orders work. Understand all your different types of orders and all the available options that you have on trading. Now is the time to prepare for that kind of stuff. You don't want to wait to understand some of these things later. I gotta take a break, guys, and we even skip past the 1 o'clock, the 1 o'clock numbers, I think. But when I come back, we'll toast, go over the numbers for the one last time of the day, and call it good. Wrap up the day here. All right, see you guys in a bit. Alright, I'm back and you guys know what time it is. Sorry I'm a little late. Trying to make movie plans. You know what time it is? Man, I've got so many bottle caps stacking up over here. You know what, guys? Let me just show you something. I gotta show you this. It's a lot of beers. Those are beer caps. There's some more beer caps. Light doesn't like it, does it? Look at all these. It's like I'm a drunk. I got a handful of bottle caps over here. It's like Christmas. All right. It's a lot of bottle caps. They're dropping all over the place. All right, time to toast here, guys. Let me get rid of this stuff on the screen here. All right. It's been a wild ride today, guys. It really has been a wild ride. What do I want to toast to? I hear you, Pip. Get out, man. Get out, dude. Get out, do something. Don't live on Twitter. Don't get stuck on Twitter. You know, let's cheers to that. That's what we're gonna cheer to. Um, if you find yourself being toxic, go live life. Go live life and go live it to the fullest. Wash and purge the toxicity out of your life. Do not allow it to take control. Do not let this stock play manipulate you. You be you. Go do something else. You don't have to be here watching me, guys. This can be toxic for your health. Go out, do something. Go take a walk. Walk that cat. Put a leash on it and walk it like a dog. Do what you got to do. Whatever it is that you have to do, go do it. But don't sit here and let this stock be toxic on you. That's them winning. So to finding your zen. Cheers. For crying out loud, Pip, listen to the music. Listen to the music and find your zen. You know, my grandpa used to leash his cat, and I thought it was the weirdest thing. Now it's a thing. It's a thing now. Alrighty, let's take a look at our numbers, and then I'm gonna show you something True Demon posted. He posted on Twitter. Well, we'll cover it here and take a look at it. You know, I try to. There are those out there who would want me to post, and I'm not trying to speak ill will of any of those people by any means, but I try to make sure that I post only things that I think are really pertinent and valid information because I know that you guys look to me for um, maybe you look for information or maybe you're looking for humor. I try to keep most of my posts very either humor or important information only because I know how valuable your space is and having your space junked up with junk, I just don't want to do that. I'm not here to advertise to you. So I'm very, very considerate. I try to be very considerate of your space. So um, if any of you ever feel like I'm posting things or retweeting things that are things you think that's just too much, it's too excessive or anything like that, please let me know. Please 100% let me know because um, I don't want to be that guy. I just don't. Let me update Fidelity. I don't want to be that guy. That's not who I want to be. I want the things that I say to matter. All right, taking you guys over the stats page. Off exchange. 54.35% in the off exchange. CBOE EDGX is at 12.29. Let's take a look how those change. 54, 35, 12, 29. Okay, it's now 54.55 in the off exchange and 12.26. So just minor changes, not too much. The off exchange is like almost 3% higher than the 30-day average. Well, the EDGX is a little bit lower than the 30-day, like 0.5%. No, less. Yeah, about 0.5%. Moving down to Ortex. An hour ago, there was 1.12 million shares having been borrowed. It's now down to 1.03. And that's going to lower our estimated current short share interest of the free float to 21.58%. Let's see here. Moving over to the options. Some people found my subreddit. I thought that was kind of cool. As Rule told me that I made a mistake. I said open interest, and I meant to say volume, our daily volume. So I only read open interest one time each day, guys, and it's the very first time that I turn the show on in the mornings, because that's really the only time it changes, is from day to day. So anytime I'm reading it, if I happen to accidentally say open interest, I mean volume, just so you know. I only talk about volume the rest of the day. So our current day volume for today at a $20 strike price was 53,000 shares an hour ago. Contracts. Now it's 61.5. As rules in my head. He got in my head. Now I'm like doubting myself here. All right. Contracts for an $18 strike price for the puts. An hour ago was 17.9 thousand contracts. It's now 28.3. All right, so the puts are really starting to stack up here, guys. That kind of tells me that they're going to try and push this down. I mean, as if it's not already obvious. Less than a 3-to-1 ratio, maybe like a 2.5-to-1 ratio on the call versus put volume. Still signaling for a $20 or $19 price close. Let's go over to the main page. The market is declining, negative 1.66. Dow Jones, Nasdaq is down 1.67. Dow Jones down 1.24. S&P 500 down 1.49. These are high numbers. Those are pretty. I think that's pretty high numbers. Yep, and the market is actually declining now with 4,748 decliners to 2,772 advancers. The VIX is up 20.24%. When the VIX goes up, we go down. And it happened. IWM is down 1.19. Tesla is down 2.26. Amazon is down 1.23. Cinemark is up 0.43. Doge is down 3.46. Bitcoin is down up 0.3. GME is down 0.14. Hood is down 1.37, and AMC is down 0.56. Refreshing to see what our day-over-day or outflow versus inflow is for 26 million more dollars on inflow, yet we're down in price. I love this. I love it. It's beautiful. 91.39 million shares having been traded so far. I need a sip of beer. All right, let's do the math on this and see what kind of pace we're going to finish. Are we going to finish it over 100? Let us see. Lettuce. Let us see. See lettuce. I can't do this math. 345. We're looking at a pace of about 103.3 million, so we should finish over 100 million shares for the day today. However, volume is on a decreased pace right now. Yeah. On the daily interval, currently have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 48.94, which is just below average. On a 1 hour, we have equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 56.2, and it looks like it's getting ready to cross over. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure. Sorry, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 47.9. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 42.08. And with that, guys, we're going to find our Zen. We're going to do a couple things here. I'm going to draw out, before I can see what it is you guys are writing, it looks like we broke out just a little bit early on this, the box here that I had drawn up. We broke out and then broke back up and then broke out outside my box, or inside my box. So, yeah, see, I was right. Yeah, there. Fake breakout back in, but then broke out inside. So, all I would really do with this information here, guys, is I would just take this and extend it out here and be like, okay, yep, we're going to finish somewhere between 1867 and 1932. That would be my suggestion. I do need to get some Fibonacci's in here, guys. I'm going to try and look for some Fibonacci retracements in the price range of 19 and higher. So let's zoom out just a tad bit here and see where it is. Delete some of this stuff here. I wonder if we're gap filling. We might be. Yeah, that's pretty good. It's close. Yeah, I like it. So we got a level of resistance here at 1908 and a level of support at 1802. All right, let's read over. Let me go and see what you guys are saying first. Put the info back on the screen, camera on, and you know, AP, I called it a composite trap earlier. And the reason I say that is a composite woman trap. And the reason that I say that is because I feel like they're trapping in both puts and uh, uh, bears. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see kind of what happens in the aftermarket hours and tomorrow. But it does feel like they're trapping at both sides again. Utilization is still 100%. That won't change. I won't see a change in that, doctor, until tomorrow. Is Casey closing the show? Oh, I don't know why he said that. It was because I came back late. 2:14. What's wrong? Is my mic? My mic's on. That's what Booksy said as well. I'm actually in a Discord with Booksy, and I actually haven't read what he said. I've got a whole bunch of notifications here that I have stacked up, and I haven't been in Discord too much today. It's good to know that if we've got similar opinions. Um, Wait, I'm so lost. I'm reading what you guys are writing here, and I'm so lost. It's just the words that come out of your mouth. You give great info, bud, and we're definitely appreciating it. I know I do. Um, but then what Pip says confuses me. If the matter to you, that's good enough. What other people think is none of your business. For agreements book, authentic is perfecto. I'm not sure what you mean by that, Pip, but it probably makes sense. My mind is already off on like 10 other subjects. No, doctor, I think the cost to borrow is low is because we have fake utilization, right? I believe that those shares that are out there in the security lending is taking up that 100%. But the thing is that if you read what the security lending is exactly, is that it's a short-term loan of shares um, that has the cost to borrow wrapped into the loan. So my suggestion to you is that since those shares have their own separate cost to borrow, it's not going to reflect the utilization going up is not going to reflect the cost to borrow on that portion that's been taken out and set aside for the securities lending. I was saying I didn't want to be that guy on Twitter. Now let me reread what you said. Oh, well, I know, but I just don't want to I don't want to flood your guys' stuff with stuff. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to put out garbage. I really don't. I hate getting garbage. So I just don't want to put it out. Most of the well-known TA people are now on board with a huge drop incoming. Really? Interesting. Very, very interesting. Because I can't even begin to tell you how much crap I've been getting, Alex. I've been getting so much crap for coming out with that. So much crap. Like, I mean, like a lot of crap. And it hurts. It hurts a little bit. You know, not because nobody believes or not because nobody sees it the way I see it. It hurts more because uh, in this play, guys, people take it personal, right? A lot of people are taking this very personal. So when you come at them with the idea that your stock price that is going to go down, they don't like hearing it. They just don't. They don't want to hear it. And I get it. I totally get it. Um, but the good news is and that's why I try to preface it with good news is that the good news is that it's the last final dip. It's the kitchen sink. And that's how I've presented it. It's the kitchen sink. I'm not saying that this is permanent or that it's the end of the play. It's the final push. It's the final show, the final showdown. And I don't know. It kind of hurts. I don't know. Whatever. I actually, guys, I was the one that. I don't even want to. I don't need to say that. I'm not trying to toot my own horn. One of those names that was. I'll just say this. One of the names that Alex put out. Actually, two of the names that Alex put out there. No, not Alex. Who said it? Somebody said it. Um, yeah, two of the names that Alex put out there are people that I actually notified of it first. She only listed 4 names, and they yeah. I was happy. I went and saw that Trey started talking about it the next day after I mentioned it, and I was really happy that he talked about it because the response that I got was is that we're not going to talk about this, and I was like, all right, cool. You do what you want with the information, but here you go. Um, oh, Einstein's watching Money Pit tonight. That's awesome. Well, thank you, Danny. I appreciate it. It's tough though, it's tough when the community shuns you, and they're just kind of like, "Oh, you're just trying to create FUD," and it's like, "No, no, guys, look, let me show you the data here." And I'm not trying to scare anybody. I'm trying to actually reinforce our solidarity. I'm trying to build this camaraderie of like, look, this is it. The kitchen sink is getting thrown at us. Be ready for it, but know that that's the final showdown. And it's like that's encouraging to me. That's how I'd want to hear it. If I was sitting in your guys' chairs right now watching me, that's what I'd want to hear. So I don't know. Whatever. Let's move on. I want to show you guys True Demons information here. I think this is kind of cool. Let's check it out. I retweeted it, so that's going to be on the top here. Upon closer inspection of the AMC share lending volume, there's a massive change in hands going on here, but the actual trading volume is extremely low. Further, the number of new shares on loan and return shares from the day the utilization maxed to 100% is the same. He goes on. Additionally, several recent anomalies in the short exempt activity. See, this is why I'm telling you guys. This is why I had True Demon on my show, right? When I first saw him post information that he was identifying all the things I was seeing, this reminds me almost exactly of what happened many, many, many months ago when I had my interview with him last time. Is I came out with information that I saw, and then I saw him posting the way that he's posting right here, right now, and I was like, I gotta talk. This guy has to. We gotta talk. Me and this guy, like, he's saying it so perfectly because these are the things I'm seeing, and he knows how to really just he really knows how to put it into a presentation and wrap it all up in a nice package and just really make you understand. Additionally, several recent anomalies in the short exempt activity indicates there was also a notable loss of control on AMC stock by market makers. Note the short exempt spike January 21st through the 25th and the subsequent volume spike 6 days later, February 1st. That's interesting. He says, that's interesting. It reminds me of
That was easy.
it was like he's just like, oh yeah, sure, that was easy, right? So suck, squeeze, bang, blow, guys. Suck, squeeze, bang, blow. Remember, bang was identified 2-1, 2-1 with a massive amount of volume, 200%, right? Bang, suck, squeeze, bang, blow doesn't try to predict the future. It tells you that something is happening and changing inside the cycles. I've had this drawn orange for a while now. Note, okay, so I already said that. Let's see, moving down here. Guys, I tweeted this, so if you want to see it, I retweeted it. So if you want to see it, you can just go click there. But this is speculation on my part, but what I believe is happening is a settlement of shares in order to deliver on a massive number of FTDs. Do you all remember DTCC, I can't say these, DTCC 2021-005 and NSCC 2021-002? Those two rules had a profound effect on our market because it was meant to end failure to delivers. Specifically, naked shorts were going to be stopped because there would need to be an actual shares in the inventory to back up any naked put calls which were being used in the form of flex option contracts as synthetic shares. And then he's got a link here to show you, what that information is. There were also changes to the supplemental liquidity deposit (SLD) requirements for NSCC members, which was effective June 23rd. This required daily intraday SLD calculations to prove that members were meeting liquidity margin requirements during monthly option settlement periods. And he has that listed here. See how he wraps this all up in a beautiful package? You guys, you really should be watching him, not me. I'm just saying. The thing is he goes and he covers a lot of other stocks besides AMC. So, I totally understand if you just want AMC why you'd be here, but let me tell you, smart dude. If there was an amassed liquidity crisis in the works, the NSCC would be pressuring members to post liquidity as collateral for upcoming predicted volatility due to options expirations. Further, all options must be backed with real shares. The fact that AMC, GME, Prog, BBIG, SENS, KKT, GOTU, and GTLB, and many others have heavily shorted stocks are all moving upward together against the overall market downtrend signals that something is coming, and I can't pretend I'm not excited as a 6-year-old on Christmas. There's also a notable shift into Bitcoin lately, which has been signaling that a crypto surge is coming soon. All of these can result in major liquidity problems for brokers and market makers, in which case NSCC supplemental liquidity requirements and DTCC 2021-005 rules. It is also no coincidence that AMC options expiration is showing some interest trends as well. 6% of AMC's free float is on the call chain for $30 strike and above. 6%, guys. 6% of the entire free float. That's 33.18 million shares that need to be hedged for if they were to go in the money. I'll say that again. 33.18 million shares are on the line if AMC went to $30 before March 23rd. That's pretty fucking close to how many borrowed shares just changed hands 2 days ago. My suspicion, this is a hedge against volatility that they can't stop. Myself and other analysts at Hell's Trading Floor will be closely monitoring the situation, so please consider tuning into our streams for further updates, or perhaps consider joining us at, and then he shows a Discord server. He's got his shit together, guys. I'm not even kidding. I won't be disappointed. Like I told you guys many times, I'm here to document history. I am no true demon. I can see weird things happening in a market. I can analyze things, but I can't put together in nice packages like he does. He's your guy if you want to hear, if you if you want a nice package, he's your man. Just saying. But you may not get as much. Well, I don't know. He is kind of, he can be funny. Nikki says, I'm back for the suck bang blow. And then Alex said, not sure how I'd miss it. Then I brought it to Casey. Well, I'd have to believe you because Chuck has box tops leading to this. Apologies. Not sure what you mean by that, but Dog said a question at 2:49. Let me get back. Let me go 2:49. Let me go back and see what he said here. 224 he meant. Can you read my 249 comment? Hold on, let me keep going back. Oh, it's so painful. Maybe he meant 149. I think he means 149. Okay, there it is. So what's the chance of it ripping like it did in January and June and reaching all-time high of 100, then going on a 4-month downtrend again, or is this the final straw? So margin calls. That's the easy answer. Margin calls. At some point, the margin requirements. Now, it doesn't have to be Citadel, right? I would go ahead and make the assumption, and I didn't realize I had that playing the whole time. I would imagine that Citadel has a lot of liquidity. So to avoid margin calls. But once the small fish in the barrel start dying, some of the smaller hedge funds, once they start getting margin called, the spiral effect of that turning into just mass chaos and getting out of control can spin out of control very, very quickly, and they just all start failing left and right. So really all we have to do is beat the lowest guy on the totem pole. Beat the guy on the guy on the totem pole, and the whole totem pole goes down. Just like fighting a fire. You don't fight a fire from the top down, you fight a fire from the bottom up. Roger that, AP. All right, Alex, I'll give you credit because I do remember you saying stuff about it. I'll give you credit. Alex has been talking about a dip for a long time. And I never gave you crap, I don't think. I hope I didn't, especially after that spiel I just gave. I don't know who Chuck is. You're right, guys. And I do remember saying that I didn't think we would be going down that low as to 7 to 9. I'm actually starting to feel more like 11 right now, just because we've gone up as much as we have. But I really don't know how much it's going to be, though. That's the thing. I really just don't know. It's kind of guesstimates. I do remember that somebody was calling for a dip. I do remember long before I was saying it that there were others that were calling a dip before I was. But the thing is that I don't think they could have predicted the dip based off of, well, I don't know what it was that they were looking at, but the indicators that showed me that a dip was coming weren't showing back then. So I would be really surprised to know how they would have figured that out. Yeah, there's definitely been other people out there. When you fight water, you're a water fighter, right? Yeah. What did I say? Did I say something backwards? That's possible. G Pink, let me look for your question here. Sorry, I didn't see it. I may have skipped over it by accident. It happens. I try to read through these. Do you have a timestamp for that? There it is. Any insight on my question, anyone? Guys, you can answer too. G Pink's like, geez. Margin versus cash. Webull says it takes approximately 6 days to switch from margin to cash, and no trades are allowed during this time. Under current circumstances, should a change be initiated? Not financial advice. If you go to my description box, G Pink, your everything you want to know is right there. Read it in my description box. And the quick answer to that is cash only. And I think you have time. I think you have time. Buck says, "Don't be the last one at a fire sale if you're a hedge fund." That's so true. Yeah, see, Alex, I knew there were changes. There's been very obvious. I've been saying it for a long time about the changes in the way that stock has been trading since November. But I don't know if I would have been able to predict a price of like 7 to 9 or 12 to 11 or anything like that based off of how it was trading. Yes, Hayden, that is correct. See, and I tell you guys, go watch other people. Like, don't just limit yourself to me. Go watch other people because, that's what I do. I go around, well, not so much anymore, but, you know, if you want to really be broad, that sounds weird. If you want to broaden your horizons, if you want to expand your knowledge, have, find different viewpoints than what you have, right? Don't just go to the people who are telling you what you want to hear. Go to the people who are telling you things you don't want to hear and listen to it, process the information, and see if it makes sense. Challenge yourself to challenge your own beliefs. And if it doesn't make sense, then you can just cross it off and say, nope, that's dumb. That's just, I'm not going to say the name. I almost said it. No, I'm not going to go there. But you can just throw it out the window and say, that's just dumb, right? But challenge your beliefs, right? Never just get stuck in a situation where you're always just like, nope, I believe this is it, and there's nothing that can challenge this, and I'm not going to look at it any other way. Don't get in those ruts. Don't get in those ruts. Hear other people out. You're welcome, G Pink. SSR, not today. Not today, Lou. No, I said, who said that? I don't know why I just called you Lou. I said WM. No SSR today, WM. I was still thinking another name in my head and I couldn't get it out. WM, no SSR today. That is not possible in the aftermarket hours. So SSR for today is 1705, and we're not going to hit that before the end of the market close. WM, I did call you Lou by accident. Because not because of blame it on the ADD, baby. Sail. I need to have that. I need to have that as like a personal background track whenever the ADD kicks in and I do something um that I just need to go there. Hold on a second. Right. La 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 la. Sometimes I just can't. The words in my brain, and I really believe this, guys. And I'm, maybe Pip can speak out to this. Actually, AP's I don't want to say AP exactly, but AP's wife could probably tell me a little bit more about this. But I think, right, maybe, I think, yeah. Um, my mouth, maybe not your mouth, but my mouth literally says things that my brain is no longer thinking, and I wonder myself sometimes, how is that possible? How is it that my brain's already moved on to something new, but my mouth is still willing to say the things that I wasn't even thinking about anymore? How is that? Like, how is it that my subconscious can control my mouth? That shouldn't happen. There are some major disconnections in this head. Ugh, it's sale. Memory lag time 404 error. I like it. It's called Tourette's. Oh man, you know what time it is, Lou? You know, I'm not trying to make fun of any. I feel really bad for people who have Tourette's, but I actually want to have a friend that has Tourette's. Like, legit have a friend that has Tourette's. We will sit down and we will have the best time ever. I guarantee it. I guarantee we will have a great time. Um, I will make life fun with them. We will be the best friends ever. We will be best friends forever. I really want to find one. Somebody that's got it, because maybe I'll end up having it one day. Maybe I'll just blame it on Tourette's. Maybe once we have sick, life-changing money, we can pretend we all have Tourette's for one day, and we can just go around walking through stores, videoing ourselves, just yelling obscenities at random. Um, how cool is that? I think that's great. I think that's absolutely great. I know they don't think so, and I know having to live with it is not the same as me thinking it's all fun, and I get it. I get that it's, a terrible thing for them, but I would make them have so much fun having it. We would laugh. I know, Nikki. I almost played that this morning, Nikki. So close. But I listened to the words of the song, and really it sounds like somebody who has depression wants to kill themselves. And I was like, yeah, not right now. Not a good time to be playing that song. I did watch the video. Maybe I feel like I need to rewatch it. Okay. I obviously did not get what I was supposed to get out of that video. Don't know if you've seen what happened with AFRM today, but people are screaming lawsuit. Yeah, I know. I watched the video, Nikki. I didn't. I guess I was just. It was early when I saw it, so I don't know. Maybe I was just tired. Um, let's check it out. I want to check that out real quick, guys. Be ready. Find your Zen. Yesterday was be ready. Today's find your Zen. If this thing does go down, it's not the end of the world. It's the kitchen sink. Listen to the music. Find your Zen. Walk away. Do whatever it is you need to do, guys. Let's check AFRM real quick. That is not what I wanted. 83 down to 50. 20 to 40%, guys. This is PPT. This is a PPT action item right here. Can almost guarantee it. We'll look at the data on this tomorrow, but I can almost guarantee you this is a PPT action. It's on my list of things to look at, so we'll take a look at this tomorrow. Did they have an earnings report, Einstein? Just out of curiosity, because they seem to be doing this under earnings reports. Yeah, Joe's on the same page as me. This is a PPT action item. I'm telling you guys, they are doing systematically. They're doing it across the whole spectrum. They're going through and they're just tanking stocks at random. But eventually, the memes are going to get hit. We'll have it too. They do after hours today, but release positive info during trading today. Interesting. PayPal and Facebook took a nosedive too today. Yeah. 234 to 226. Not nearly like last week. What was the other one? PayPal? The market's just getting hit across the board. It's not just them. I mean, you can just see the numbers here. But Affirm definitely took a 20, like I said, 20 to 40%. You can tell it's PPT when it's 20 to 40% hit, like right instantly. I'm just scrolling down here looking for some of the big losses. CENN, SHLDQ, 10% down. All the stocks you guys have had me look at are on this list. Clove is down 5%. ETACW is down 10%. Let's see what that looks like, just out of curiosity. What is that? What is that junk? Why are they even trading anymore? What is this? I don't even know what this is. Is this delisted? It's probably delisted. 210. I don't know what this is. I don't know what this is, but everybody wants out, nobody wants in. What was one of the other 10 percenters? It's amazing. It's amazing how they can take and just flip everything upside down. I just don't like this. Just shouldn't happen like this. Their average volume is 3 million. Sorry, what am I saying? Their average 3-month volume is 11.6 million. They've traded 79 million. What is their free float? Their free float's 194. They've traded, let's see, 1/3, little more than 1/3 of their total volume in a single day, when their average 3-month volume is 11.6. do the math on that, guys. You remember how I always tell you if a company's shorted or not, you just take your average 3-month volume, 11.61. You divide that by their free float, and in this case, they have a free float of 194.05. 5.9% of their total daily volume is traded. That's kind of shorted. They're definitely being shorted for sure. I don't know, Nikki. IRNT. Earn. Up 23%. Yeah, I'm buying that. What the hell? Come on. Get that. What is going on here? 1.56. Okay, guys. Their turnover is 75.98%. Just to let you know, on this particular stock, their volume is 67.41 million shares traded today, but their free float's only 47.4 million. So go tell me how that's possible. How? I don't. You can't. You just can't. 1.56. I gotta do the math on this one. 1.56 divided by 47.40. Yeah, this company's not even heavily shorted. It's only 3.2%. This would be an interesting one to look at. We're going to look at these two tomorrow. AFRM and IRNT, and see what the hell is going on with those. We'll look at them. I want to know. Because I think some of these might help us with our mystery, with our future mystery. Ooh, that might have to be tomorrow's song. Well, guys, it's that time of the day. Eat, sleep, drink. Get plenty of rest. Remember, find your zen. They've already thrown in the kitchen sink. Be ready for anything. Spend time with your family, spend time with your friends, spend time with your kids, spend time with your pets. Whatever you do, don't have a good day. Have a great day.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. start. 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and escort.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Don't you feel it growing day by day? People getting ready for the move. Some are happy, some are sad. Oh, we gotta let the music play. What the people need is a way to make them smile. It ain't so hard to do if you know how. Gotta get a message, get it all through. Lord, that mama got you after a while. Whoa, listen to the music. Whoa, listen to the music. Whoa, listen to the music all the time. Well, I know you know better everything I say. Meet me in the country for a day. We'll be happy and we'll dance slow. We're gonna dance the blues away. And if I'm feeling good to you and you're feeling good to me, there ain't nothing we can do or say. Feeling good, feeling fine. Oh, baby, let the music play. Oh, listen to the music. Oh, listen to the music. Oh, listen to the music all the time. Like a lazy flowing river,
Maybe some happy little trees.
rounding castles in the sky,
Maybe a nice little sunset.
and the crowd is growing bigger.
Maybe a happy little stream.
For the happy